Hello, fellow people.
Hello.
Uh, yeah, as I wrote, today we will just be chilling a bit, watching the games, not really talking a lot about it, so just lean back and watch if you want, um, or watch someone that is restreaming it. We will have a couple of best of threes, then some best of fives, and the three winners of the tournament brackets will go to the group stage tomorrow. Yep, the international team is, as I wrote, international versus Los Pipos guys that are defending. Yup.
I like the STB is a strange pick.
Yeah, STB in attack, and then not even at the hill. I mean, I guess he tries to deal some damage onto the T100 at the beginning, but I don't know. Maybe Unique is just having bad taste and picks a tank that he likes for some reason. I mean, what does it actually provide?
Like extra DPM, I guess, but
Yeah, but like, what does it provide over putting like an actual
yeah,
tank
that's
there?
yeah, that's why I'm wondering because it really doesn't. Like either you pick CS for the speed because the DPM is not that different, or you pick S-Kong because you don't care about speed and you just want to pump them DPM.
Mm-hmm.
Like STB like does neither of those things very well, since the armor is kind of paper.
Oh, it's interesting how far Silent came here already without them really knowing. But I guess you can see if the batch had knocked over some trees. Yeah, he did. So I guess if Silent zooms out, they can easily expect something set up in the way it is right now. I7 overpeaked a bit, I guess, and got shot.
Yeah, he got shot by the CS because Blue was blind firing the bushes onto line. So he wanted to trade with it, getting shot from hill by shooting the super conk,
No,
but he missed the first shell. So it was 2-1 for him.
what a noob. As we all love Prokhorovka, very crazy gameplay here. A lot of stuff happening at the same time. Pasuri still doesn't have his third mark on the Super Conk. Maybe one day at like WoT7 15. And some HPs are thrown away.
And there is also a bunch of people not having fully researched field mods
Yeah,
on their tanks.
saw that as well. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, it's a bit of a starter game for today, so don't expect too much from those teams, as we don't do that either. Look, Reaction even has the rep kit in the wrong slot and the food in the wrong slot, so
He is a arrows gamer, so his everything is the wrong slot. So like it doesn't like the order doesn't matter for him because he's using numpad for the consumables anyway.
I don't want to comment on that. But I mean, at least he has the equipment in the right slots, which is already achievement if you think about the average World of Tanks player.
Wait, does Blacksmith have purple HP?
Who?
Blacksmith, the IS-7 from Peepos.
Mm, yes.
And we see a push.
Yeah, I mean, usually you have some tank at A6, but the Super Conk was at 8-8, A8, A9, so couldn't really help there. So Benzo and Vervi, if they penetrate their shots, Black Smash should be next one to fall. As I said, if they penetrate, obviously Vervi just auto-aiming, missing his shot. Benzo could actually die if Blacksmith decides to drive high enough, but yeah, now both of them pen their shots. I think also Denley put one in the side of the hull. And so far, I think the push is pretty successful. Did you know
And
how the T100 lost all their HP?
no, I was watching the hill where CS and IS7 from Peepos wanted to push erection on the hill, but STB and Superkong provided support, so it was straight 1-for-1 for CSs.
Yeah, but I guess if you conquer the hill as the defending team, you have somewhat of an advantage because you can give like 1 or 2 shots already when you're getting approached. Also,
Yeah,
Legend has small rep kit and a small med kit in his IS7.
and I think Unique can actually win this.
I
Because
mean,
Legend fired.
considering it's unique, I'm not sure, but in theory. Also, I think Silent had very good timing there right now. Osk and the S-Conk just pushed forward while Silent was driving through the back. So they might pick up Denley here. Yeah, they should be able to do that. Oh, yeah, that aim. It. 2 minutes left. Both teams have still 5 tanks. Interesting enough, Legend fell back in a way that Unique gave him 2 for free now. Pasuri misses his shot. I guess that's explaining why he doesn't have the 3rd mark. Unique makes it. I don't know, man. Like, how is he still full HP?
Yeah, like STB has overmatch on the side.
Like, they just missed 4 times. Okay, that was the first penetration now. Blower picks up the kill. I guess this was just a big skill issue on the side of Las Pipas.
Now they now just have to kill Panzuri and they can win on cap, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, the Batchet might actually. Yeah, he has 4 shells.
Yeah, but he's also 3-shot. And
Why
there
don't they
is.
leave girls in A2 and just decap with the Batchet and just hope that they can survive enough? Like, isn't that the play?
Because the bad shot has to decap twice.
Yeah, but
Man, no,
here
he has to
he's.
decap 3 times now, I think.
Okay, so he knows who he decapped already. Yeah, and
No, twice was enough. Okay.
yeah, and imagine girls would have not been at.
But Benzo, the Vervi doesn't make it. He doesn't have the reload.
Yeah, still somewhat of an unnecessary risk in my opinion. Well, I guess skill issues on both sides. So yeah, defending team goes in first round on 0. Let's see what they have prepared for the attack. While I'm muting myself because I'm eating, I guess I can show the post-game screen or something.
Maybe it would be better if only 2 tanks capped and like the S-Kunk or STB or what the tank was like at the most HP went to the rails so they can spot the bot early. I guess. That could have worked as well. But yeah, Unique having a very, very accurate game. Hitting 8 shells out of 22, penetrating only half of them.
Yeah, I don't know, like, considering the fact that he, like, so many shots were missed on him, so he had, like, so much HP to do stuff with, like, this is kind of a disappointing result.
Especially since they could have easily won that if they were a little bit better in the end. Or a little bit faster with Unique. And let me quickly scroll through the results. We have some technical wins. And I don't see any surprises in the results so far.
ACID was, I think, the favorite gamers were even in group stage last time. I guess the more surprising ones will come later.
And we see M4Y again.
Maybe Benzo just likes the tank.
Last time it was used by Shokish in the Joust. But like it was on attack. But I just struggle to...
So how would you compare it to Krana or Super Kong?
It's basically Super Kong. It has Super Kong's DPM, but with STB's alpha. And it's a little bit faster.
Yeah, and I feel like the Super Kong APCR is so much better.
Yeah, because you have heat on both of the guns.
I mean, on Proco, you want to kind of shoot quickly. If you need to shoot through the 7-8 line area, you want to be able to shoot through fences. And actually, Unique and Reaction both arrive there pretty much unscathed. And yes, the push is coming, but we need to see how the middle tanks can crossfire that. So Benzo is out. Benzo kicked out the Super Conk already, so Benzo completely untouched there, driving in already. Unique takes cover behind Reaction. Sophia gets tagged once by the T100.
And he should die now.
Yep, Unique's still behind it.
Yeah, this is win for International, but I just don't see the reasoning for using the M5Y.
Maybe they were just doing it because they wanted to, without a big, like, just personal preference.
Like, I guess there is a sweet spot where, like, 5A is not accurate enough and S-Conk is too slow. And STB just doesn't have enough armor for the role. So I guess there is a window for the for the Yo tank to be useful. But very narrow window.
I feel like the Yo tank also has the advantage when he's able to put himself into positions where nobody can basically shoot the roof of your like turret deck, or like the roof of the turret basically. So being positioned at like E5, E6, you always have somewhat higher or even ground.
Maybe he can shoot under the rails more comfortably for the cap reset.
I don't know, maybe.
That's also an option. Because like I remember back in the days, there was if there was like being USSDB, but like that's not armored enough. Like in Clan Wars.
Mm-hmm.
So, but like that's not armored enough for now, like for today. It's like a better accuracy because of better equip. So the O tank might be like just tall enough with just enough gun depression to actually reset the cap comfortably without committing. But yeah, Benzo coming with 4 kills, maybe just for finishing, so he doesn't lose DPM. And it's a 1-1, so now we have a decider pick.
Mm-hmm. I think Cliff is the decider, and this game was probably the one that was dealing. I mean, I guess this game had like a bit more damage. They had 4 heavy tanks plus, I don't know, 5 heavy tanks actually. So, and everyone was killed. So I guess this one will be the deciding one. So the international team will be allowed to pick their side.
Also, I just noticed that the IS-7 on the hill legend had turbo on the wrong slot.
Yeah.
As well as smaller pairs. Because I don't have the mod, I have like the normal view. So I don't see the equip.
Not so much of a gamer, I guess. Okay, I asked reaction on why M5Y, and he said DPM, I guess. I'm not sure if that's like a very convincing answer. Okay, reaction just said he doesn't know either.
Like the DPM is on par with Super Kong.
Yeah, that's what I
That's
told him as well. And then he said like maybe it's faster. I don't know the tank.
yeah, and like you have better DPM than E5, with like you being basically as fast as E5, like on the small distance that it's on Proco. So I guess it's the reasoning. That you don't want to have something sturdier than a medium while having something fast with DPM. And fairly accurate gun because like 5A or 13 just are not accurate enough.
Well, there you have it. Your explanation. Ah, there is the special battle.
So now it's about how many CSs will each team pick? Because
So
we
how
saw...
many of them will be picked? What's the prediction?
I think it's going to be 4 on each side.
So 8 in total.
Yes.
Okay, I'm saying 7.
Because also last time we saw... Who was that used like 7 CSs? I think that was one team that did that.
6
Yeah.
CSs. 6 and a 277, I think.
Yeah, like I was a little bit afraid that that would become the meta on the map, but thankfully it didn't, at least yet. And Los Pipos are already betraying me and picking only 2 CSs.
Well, I mean, you can still have 6 in the enemy team.
That's true.
Looks like we have team exclusion happening. One team unfortunately does not consist out of only EU +1 Legionnaire, so unfortunate for them.
And it's only 5 CSs.
So I was closer. Maybe not
Yes,
right,
you win.
but closer.
Yes.
So, 3 against 2 CS. We have Kranwagen in each team, 113s, 277. And I would say the VZ might be a crucial tank, because we saw in the first qualifier that the focus on either to kill it immediately or to just leave it alive can be really a big decision.
Yes, because of
Your mic stopped working, I think, for some reason. At least I didn't hear you anymore.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's the F1 TV protection from restreaming, I guess.
Well, Denley should have had a bit more protection, because he is out. And it doesn't look that great for the team of Reaction, as they're down 3k HP already. And I mean, the Kran is probably reloading right now, but they realize there's a CS in the back. Vervi will not really be able to get back into the fight, and like this looks completely over.
Yeah, Unique dying and Silent dying and Vervi just arriving too late around the hill.
Well, I mean, unlucky. I know for sure one player that will be happy about this result. I mean, beside the 9 players of Los Pipos, obviously. Because I saw some competition in that tournament tree, and they were saying like maybe we have an upset in the first best of 3 rounds, and we don't have to play against Reaction later. So yeah, unfortunate. That's the game. This is how the cookie crumbles. And I feel like the initial damage was just missing. And yeah, just good stuff coming in here from the Los Pipos players. I mean, 999, 666, Kran 2 out of 2 clips, VZ 3 out of 3 clips, 555 on the 277, 555 on the 113. I mean, Pasuri only 5-4, but doesn't, like, if it's only one player, it just doesn't make enough of a difference.
Yeah, like 5 of the Los Pipos guys just didn't miss a single shell this battle.
And
So
I
the
think
opening
also a
damage was great.
big point was that Vervi was just not in the game, right? Like Vervi was pushed around, and like it was already like 3.5k HP down, and where he was like halfway around the hill, and then the Kranwagen took one shot from Vervi, I think, and overpushed then, and was able to put in a second clip. And I mean, like, I don't know, it was just Clown Fiesta, I guess. So yeah, Reactions team is out.
So now I will leave you for like half an hour, and I'll be back after the F1.
There will not be any games for the next 18 minutes. So yeah, I will be back at 53. So that's already taking in the delay. I will put a be right back screen there for a moment, and we can, we see each other back in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
Well, hello people. We are watching Campingplatz versus Chocolate. And looks like we will have a bit of a different setup from the two teams clashing here. Here the team of Chocolate playing with an IS-4, double 277 Kran and triple CS. So usually that indicates that you either want to contest the hill or push immediately through the west. And IS-4, IS-7, S-Conk, E5, VZ, CS and 430U for camping plays, which I guess are called like that because they're international now. So Mirek, Holy Tox and Kremelets here are supposed to carry the Germans. Not sure if they will be able to. Looks like Mirek is also missing some HPs because of lack of field mods or something. Let's see how he does. Good connection, exactly 490. Bounces the shot with his upper hull. 2 CS made it on the hill. CS took another shot. I guess White Rock here went a bit too far. And interestingly enough, even though there were 3 tanks aiming, Lemmy made it through without taking any HP losses, and Kuma also making it behind the rock here. So the low noise exhaust system pays off for sure. Same goes for Lemmy, both dropping the stabilizer. Okay, looks like we see some rotation happening here. Damnos and Nico decide to rotate again. I was thinking if they might want to approach the 1 cap, but so far it looks like they're just splitting their forces. On 277, Nico here driving towards the 890 line. I assume that the CSs will join him, but I guess. There we go. Aljo and Flail. I'm not even sure who's the favorite in this match because both Prepalas and Campingplatz made decent games and decent positions, placements in the last WoT7 tournaments, reaching group stage or even playoffs. And Chocolate is, I guess, the team that has to prove that they can make it. Okay, now with 4 tanks aligning here, we can maybe take a look at the minimap. So the S-Kong is crucial to know, is positioned here and not here, so and not here as well. So if a push is coming through the 90 line, we will have to see if they can really deal with it. How much damage will they be able to bring in? Yeah, you can see Koma crossing in the back, should be still unspotted. And Kremelets should be the first one to be attacked. Good damage onto the Kranwagen on the top. Bit of a overpeak there, and also giving away the aggression. 5k HP up now for camping place. 6k, nearly 6k. And yeah, you can see here Koma having this CS position that I marked before. Very crucial, can give a lot of crossfire shots, and also Kremlins and Mirek now made it through and are pushing into the back or shooting into the back of the CS and the 277s there. 5k HP down still. First pickup, second pickup for camping place. Double the HP nearly. Now even more, so this game is pretty much over. Toxic still standing, so the only tank that was lost was Holy Tox. And yeah, good stuff here coming in from the defending team. Good preparation, knowing how to cross there with the correct equipment, especially against the CS that's spotted there initially. Can quickly mark that. Spotted like this from here and then tried to do like this. But yeah, I guess something that people can learn from that for sure. Also the rotation that I was mentioning, that you get a tank here behind this building to then crossfire this. Very good stuff. And yeah, I mean, they have like 8 times the amount of HP right now and are defending, so maybe that's already the point in the game where they start discussing what they have to do during the attack, how they want to approach it. Yeah, I don't know what to really say here. I guess it's their right as a defending team to not throw away the game and let the time run out. Also, part of the decision making is obviously that the more damage you receive while defending, the more you have to deal during your attack. And if they decide that they want to be in a safe spot for potential tiebreaker, which would happen on Himmelsdorf. 1-for-1 trade there between Toxic and Limp in the Kranwagen. So yeah, I would say roughly 6-7k damage dealt by the team in red during their attacking round. Another good shot by the Kran. And with 10 seconds on the clock, this game should be pretty much over. All the tanks are aligned behind the IS-7. Kran can't peek there without exposing. And the game is over. Okay, that means 1-0 for the defending team. I will also give you updates on the other matches. Good stuff here coming in from the team captain. I guess I can open. Where is it? There you go. Post-game screens for you, like this, and then we go through the other results. We just saw this. Youngblood versus Tens, 1-0. Also defending side victory here for the Czech team. It looks like Birne made short work within this, like roughly 9 minutes out of 6 cents. 2-0 for them immediately. Precosauros winning against Velvet 1-0. Also winning their attacking round, which is for sure an advantage. Clueless winning their first round against Adri FR8. And it looks like Ona Glutamat was kicked out already by Ayo Kuzengs, which should be another German team from FX, I guess. Yeah, no guarantee that this is correct, but that's, I think, their team. 1 minute left. We can take a look at the replay or at the tanks already. 113 IS4 Kran, double CS, another 113. So bit of a mix. And Devi also getting the second victory. So 20 seconds to start, and it looks like Clueless is the next team to advance to the next round. Same goes for Los Pipas. Have we seen the Tone 5 game already? I think Aubrey's team might actually be one of the favorites for the lower part of the bracket in Group 2 as well. We will need to see. There you go with the lineups. I guess everyone can read on their own. 60 TP, 3 times the E5, 430U. Magic not play. I heard he's not really feeling well, so all the best. And guess we'll have to see what the teams will bring towards the middle area and what they will immediately push towards the usually contested 1-2 line. Very similar stuff here from Aljo and Tiger, so you can see both are being pushed over. But the biggest difference for now is they didn't just lose 2k HP for nothing at the beginning. I'm not sure why you decide to push the STB on top if you already have the double CS and you know that there's no contest on it. So we'll have to see if Holy Talk stays here for the rest of the game or not. But if he doesn't and he just drops at some point, then this was definitely a bit of a waste. Still only 800 HP down. You can see Flail took 1 additional shot over the respective tank of Mirek. Very interesting that both teams have pretty much decided to do what the opposite team did in the round before. And let's take a look what's happening here with the IS7, because Koma put in another good one. Koma puts in another shot here. You can see a couple of bounces, but the lower plate got penetrated twice with heat. Yeah, I mean, this is the HP advantage gone. Koma only lost 1 shot of damage. Absolutely fine. And Flail is nearly down to a 1 shot. Okay, similar movement coming in here from Lemmy and Kremelets. Interesting enough, this was started in a similar fashion when the team in red was pushing. They might actually decide to just put a side-scraping tank behind the building to apply some pressure there. See if the 60 TP can be dealt with. Good shooting here from the 60 TP and the E5, both penetrating their shots onto Kremelets, and I guess Kremelets was mostly there to absorb the pressure for Lemmy. And now Kremelets has the immediate angle onto the 60 TP. You can see it here. And the 60 TP will have to figure out how to deal with Lemmy. The HPs are dropping now because Alio tried to cross. Good shooting there from the 60 TP. Big HE connection. And yeah, it looks like cap might not be an option. CS down to roughly half of his HP. Another HE connection by the 60 TP. 3.5 minutes left and not really a lot of stuff happening. Let's see if Toxic drops without taking damage. Yes, he does. Lim shoots HE into the rock. And we might see a bit of a move here. So the cap is started again, and this can usually trigger people to assume that they would focus on this side. You have two tanks somewhat committed there already, but now the double CS, Killer Pit and Toxic are moving towards the 430U. 430U is very deep, so the spot is late. Not sure if it's too late. So 2 shots of damage dealt on the cross, which is definitely something acceptable for the attackers. And now they have to find a way of effectively trading into that 430U. So far, Killer Pit not doing a great job with that. Another good connection coming into the CS of Toxic, who trades 0 for 1 again. Toxic now makes it behind the rocks here, but bounces again. And good decision making here coming in from Tiger, dropping onto the CS. If he makes it around, then he has easily decaps on Koma. Koma might be able to pick up Flyle in the meantime, but the HPs are not looking good and the time is still ticking. Okay, Koma now should take another shot from the 430U. Bounces. Toxic not able to shoot across the rack. Koma misses as well. I would say a bit of a issue here with individual plays. Good shooting into the 430U and Koma picks up the kill. As you can see, the cap timer with only 1 tank in the cap would not be enough. We need to see if Toxic from this position can make something happen. Koma also has to rejoin, but can't immediately do that because the E5 there, Nico, will put the pain onto that 113. He just fired. Now you can see Toxic tried to put one into the cupola, wasn't able to, but the shot onto him was missed as well. Chocolate still up roughly 50% of the HPs towards Campingplatz, and now with double the HP, even with Koma arrives there in time. Only 30 seconds left. Damno still on full HP. White Rock also barely touched. They will try to deal some more damage maybe to put in a bit of a bigger score here for the tiebreaker. But yeah, that should be a 1-1 scoreline. Not sure where Toxic Shot went, but Aljo survives as well. 4,700 HP were left on the side of Team Chocolate. Okay, then I guess we can take a look at the other games. Youngblood versus Tens going towards the tiebreaker. Same for the one that we just watched. MVPS lost 0-2 against Gamers, which is a bit of a surprise to me. And I guess the other teams made it already. We can quickly add up the numbers here. Okay, so defending team was Toxic, so Aljo did 1.9 plus 1.8 plus 1.3 plus 900 plus 750 plus roughly 400. That should be 7,100 damage done by Team Aljo. And yeah, you can see if you compare those numbers here to this, already the first three of them dealt more damage. So tiebreaker selection should be on the side of Toxic and Mirek's team. I will still leave you the battle results here so you can compare that or do whatever you want with it. There you see the 60 TP brought in 100 decap points. So he definitely did his job. Also the proxy spot onto the hill was well done. You can see HE were fired. And first special battle popped up. We will watch the other one. Obviously, you have a live update on the scorelines here.
And I am back.
That's it. Yeah, you're coming at a pretty good timing actually. Reactions, not reactions team, Aljo's team or the other Tilt team is on a tiebreaker against. I mean, it's a lot of Tilt there, but yeah. So the Mirek Toxic team versus the Quell family plus White Rock, Nico, and Damnos and Aljo. So Mainz was 1-1. The tiebreaker map is Himmelsdorf, and battle should pop any moment. There it is. Looks like Camping Place decided to go for a defensive round. Yep, I will grab some water and I mean we start in 3 minutes. 4 minutes. And I love to see the E3. It's kind of rare that people play it. Like we saw a lot of 113 and VZ pushes. So nice to see that we are coming back to the OG tanks.
Yeah, and we kind of see the return of E-Hondas. because we saw them at the start of like when the new equip came out. So when like you could mount HP boost and have the E100s basically not being tracked because of the track HP and the increase of their HP. But now they went out of favor for IS4s, but now we see more of them now.
What do you think about the lineup? Pretty heavy.
Yeah, it's extremely heavy.
No Bs, no VZs, no 113s, no 277s.
Yeah, like I said, I talked about it with like when we were AFK for like the 2 minutes, and that Ihan does returning from being pushed out of ice by Ice Force. So we'll probably see them with small guns. Because like in the past, especially during like the Gronex tournament or the League of Steel, we saw E-Hunters bringing big guns just to fight other E100s because of the pen.
Mm-hmm.
But since there is not that many E100s, they can pull out the small gun, especially because of the overmatch on the engine deck for IS4s, though on a close range, the reverse side scrap or even side scrap is not really an option for them.
So, what would if you would be one of their team members? What enemy lineup you would like to see? More something like light with bees and maybe a bat or a CS for the hill, or would you like to see another heavy but not as heavy lineup?
I think I would like to see light lineup because if I see light lineup and I'm super heavy lineup, I'm super fine because I can just take the fight to. I can just sit down, and when they push, I can just repush them because I have so much more HP and resources. It's just a super easy option for me.
Well, is that light enough for you? One bat chat, 1277, and a 50B?
I think so.
Well, I guess we have our favorite then.
Yeah, especially since the bat chat is basically having to choose between do I want to pen E100s because of the space armor.
Yeah. Okay. Kuma is playing with a GLD on the small gun. Like, he has a purple one, but is that somehow worth it?
I'm not sure. He has like wait,
No, he has.
GLD over V-step.
Yeah.
That's it. It never like I was thinking as like a third equip instead of HP, just like V-step, primer, and GLD. But no, GLD is useless. Either you pick IRM for the stabilization on the move, that also for E-Honda gives you rotation speed, which is slow on the E-Honda, so you won't want it, or you take improved aiming unit for the sniping, because aiming unit is not that much worse than GLD in terms of the pure aiming to full, but you then are aimed with a small circle.
Also, I think the GLD. By the way, the bet chat already took one shot, so we are basically down 2k HP from the start. And obviously they know where the bet chat is, they know where the IS4 is, and they know where the 60 TP is, so that's pretty good info for the early game. But what I wanted to say is the E100 turret is basically, you always have to expose the turret when you want to shoot someone, right? Because you have to angle directly towards him.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the a bit increased traverse speed, you can basically rotate a tiny bit faster and then also rotate it backwards and basically get some more effective armor again a bit faster. So
Exactly.
you could argue that Koma, who just took a shot, here you can see in the upper.
No, it was actually a gun mantlet from the right side. That will never ban on the side.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, he was basically just spotting with the front of his turret, like over angled, but like he wasn't showing the side. But
yeah,
you can from the side.
So would you say it was a player mistake here?
No, if he wants to spot without having danger of being panned, it's impossible. So he just like he basically has to pick the way he wants to spot, either like angling the side and risking the top of the thread being panned, or angling like this and risking the mantlet being panned. Like it's basically
So
the same choice.
You just pretend that Lip played that very well, I guess.
Yeah, he aimed very well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, yeah, that basically reduces the HP difference back to what it was before. Nico takes one shot. I'm not even sure where he got penned. By Toxic. Not able to return. Also, quite a lot of German players. Damnos and Nico in one of the teams. Tiger is not German, but he's living in Germany, I think.
I think so.
So half of, a bit more than half of the Campingplatz team as well.
Yeah, it's basically the full German team that used to be, with a few players that cannot play, replaced by Prepalosis players.
Yeah. But the remaining Prepalas players are also playing, and they're still in. So Yayas and some of the others are playing in Youngblood, I think. And they just took the 2-0 victory. I guess after this round, we can take a look at the tournament tree.
Mm-hmm. The question is, does Mirek have optics on his E3?
Yes.
Okay, because
But
Killer
it's
Pit...
standard optics with no boosted slot. Wait.
If it's second slot, he can be boosted.
Yeah, but it's not second slot. Because
Okay,
the
so it's
HP boost
unboosted.
is in second slot. But I'm wondering, shouldn't the E3 have more HP?
No, you can have 2.3k if you pick...
Oh yeah, your mic is cutting out, but I think...
Let me reconnect.
I think you get 50 HP from... I think you get 50 HP from the field mods itself. There is some action happening now.
Is it better now?
Yep. I mean,
okay.
It's fine now. Damnos actually small medkit and lost a crew member, so in the direct fight against Toxicure might have an issue. Overall, the HP difference is like increasing and increasing.
Because White Rock got outmaneuvered by Killer Pit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically the thing I said. Like, they have so much HP they can...
Yeah, you're
and risk
out
the
again.
HP.
Yeah, but it's true. Like, you can you can just pull back a bit. Now, Mirek also in the E3 is such a strong anchor tank. 847. That means that potentially Nico will be picked up now by Killer Pit from the back. Killer Pit doesn't have an angle. Also, Killer Pit has to be careful now. White Drop made it, even though he is a one-shot behind him.
I don't really understand why Killer Pit wouldn't stay on the corner where White Rock is right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he understands that either. Okay, now Killer Pit made it, but I guess it doesn't matter in the end. Chocolate down to 1.8k HP. White Rock bounces some more shots onto Kremelets, and it looks like so far this new mix team here between Shepalas and Campingplatz is doing a decent job.
Yeah, like the issue with the defenses being like this is you rarely have a close battles. You either just like kill enemy tanks that come to you, or they kill you because you are out of position. It like rarely gets close if you are like camping super heavy. But like yeah, the defense was very well done, and even if Killer Pit made a strange decision at the end, it didn't matter.
A stylistic choice.
Exactly. But like it didn't matter in the end because the advantage for them was so huge.
Yep. Okay. That means we have a winner, which is clearly the team winning 7-0 in this round. And I guess we can look through what we want to see next round. So we have Precozauros. I think this is actually the team where the other part of Heichatok is playing in, because Youngblood is Trandorf's team, but maybe it's just distributed over them. So I guess we can decide between Devi versus Tone 5, Gamers versus Youngblood, or Precozauros versus Ayo Cousins, which is FX, I think.
I think we can go for the Tone 5.
Okay, sure. Okay, some jokes here in the chat. Yeah, I guess we can just track the other results while those are happening. Also, I can open the tournament tree and switch to that scene. There we go. No, there we not go. There we go, yeah. So, we can see CSA, very convincing stuff here. Having 4 enemies, which played 0-0 against each other. So CSA made it into the semis without having to attend a single round.
The intimidation tactic.
Yeah, they were just too afraid of CSA, didn't even start playing. So we have 2 teams competing here just for content, which I think is Chestiny. I guess the other team, I don't even know who is that. It's some, I think, mixed team. I don't know.
Isn't it like few no-hit guys that like
Yeah,
renamed?
I saw some of them, but I don't know. Then Gamers is the for fun gamers, but I think they have some new players in there as well. Yeah, so a bit of a more international lineup this time. So some Balkan players, a Czech player, German player, 2 German players. Yeah, we'll see how they perform. Against Youngblood, which I mentioned, mostly Czech. I don't know if they have any Slovaks there. But yeah, so you can see Lukin, Pomerans, Yayas, all former not Highchatter, Prepalos players, and Burner playing against. I don't know who that is. Yeah, that's Group 1. Group 2, ACID playing against Palms. So Palms, I don't know who that is. And this is another mixed team. So some Hungarian players, German players. I think Lockdown is Romanian or Bulgarian or something like that.
I actually don't remember.
Another international team, and I think another international team. So a lot of international teams. Devi is obviously mostly Balkan. I guess a lot of known names there. Against Aubrey's team, which has, I would say, a mix of German speaking and I have one, two. Yeah, they have like half of the team is German speaking, and some internationals. And I guess Aubrey does not want us to say he's a part of a German team. And obviously Los Pipos against LT. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but good luck to both of the teams. And in Group 3, Dax having a free pass, playing against the winner of Clueless and Kotu Porat Part 2, which is the Finnish team from Pedger. And Camping plays having a free pass, playing against the winner of Precorsaurus versus the weird team, I think. Yeah, that's a weird 0 RNG team against. I wanted to say a Polish team, but they have Lexa in there as well, so somewhat of a mix again. Good, then this time I won't forget to switch back to the gameplay scene. And I will just chill for a moment. Who's your favorite?
By the way, are you in the game?
I'm in the Devi versus Tone 5 game.
Oh, because I'm in the Devi team.
Yeah.
And I didn't see you there, so that's why I asked.
I can tell you the lineup already if you want to compare lineups. But I guess you will see it in 30 seconds anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Tundra, one of the newer maps in the 7v7 map pool. And there isn't like really a meta. Like there is usually the one position being played by Skunk or 60TP just being cooldown against each other. But apart from that, the map is still very new and the tactics are not settling. So the setups can be very deceiving.
Yeah, if you want, you can set up a prediction as well for Tone 5 versus Devi.
I will do that. Who you have as a red color?
Divi. Because their team was always like orange colored, so. Yeah. 3 times VZ55, double S-Conk, IS7 and CS63 for tone 5. And double S-Conk, E5, VZ, Bedchat, Kran, and 113. Looks like we see a bit of a south commitment, and I don't want to say that Aubrey is always doing that, but I saw that quite a few times already from him, and I think he missed the spot onto the Bedchat.
Yeah, but that actually can work for them because the Batchat might think that he's free and he's just going to run into the 2 VZs.
Yeah,
because
well, that would require Raging to hit his shot. Ah, good decision making actually here by Shifter, who gets a spot, takes one shot, I think, from short stuff. But that means the complete southern area should be captured now by the team in blue, right?
Yeah. And we see Puppy just trying to shoot Killa, and there is not that many tanks pushing the one line at the moment, but we'll see 4 of the tanks from the north, all of them, instead of going over the bridge, they are going over the one line. So Raging Raptor might be in a bit of trouble.
I mean, Puppy and Evi should be able to punish the cross, right? So
yes, Puppy should be punished across, same as Evi with the Super Conk.
Yeah.
But he might be caught like being back, so he might not have the shot for the first tank.
Magic Duck taking 2 shots there. Quite expensive. Down 2.5k. Also, interesting position from Levi. Maybe we can see how that position plays. You can see there are some shots onto the cross. Usually we see some medium tank on F8, but Aubrey decided to stay a bit more in the back. You can see the CS.
And then the big repush for the one line comes right now.
Yep.
2 shots on the crossing tanks, and Puppy should go to Raging Raptor and try to win the corner, and he's doing exactly that.
I think it's interesting that they decide to just push in onto Hull now. The fire should help, saving maybe 1 shot of damage. Korana should have been able to clip out. Drops now as well to Raging. And yeah, good HP advantage here for the attacking team. Roughly 4k HP up.
And Puppy with the crossfire position.
Yeah, that looks really good. 2 tanks up for them as well. Ghost and Phoenix will not be able to 2-tap Raging, so Puppy will be able to put in some damage whenever he is reloaded. Raging puts in the first, puts in another one, good 2 out of 2 clip. Puppy puts in his first, puts in his second. Ghost tried to shield but was not just in time, misses his shot, and Davy down to 2 tanks, down to roughly 4k HP as well, so successful attack coming in here for the team in blue.
And basically, Aubrey's team was prepared for all the repush options. Like, they had Levy and Aubrey on.
Yeah, you cut out again, but I think what you wanted to say was that they covered the positions here in the in this areas, so they could prepare for this.
Okay, I don't know what's happening with the mic.
And this, same for this. So good preparation in terms of crossfire. I think the position that they were allowed to take at the beginning were just too far. Like, I don't think you should allow the attacking team to just take over the complete control that aggressively without any HP losses.
Yeah, like that's what I meant with the spot. Like that, even if Aubrey didn't spot the bad chat, it didn't matter for our team because it was better for them since the information for the Devi team wasn't there either.
Yeah, and Raging did 666 with his VZ. Short stuff also 8 out of 9 penetrating hits. Levi 999. So overall, really Aubrey 1010. Good performance here from Tone 5. And unlucky Killer even hit an ally. So Levi down, first point. In the meantime, the other teams. Burner down 0-1. Gamers down 0-1. ACID up 1 point. And random team as well. Los Pipos is confirmed in the semifinals. So Los Pipos will play against the winner of Devi and Tone 5, I think.
I'm now just going to check if there are any special people making predictions.
I don't care. Like,
Well,
fine.
if you are making prediction against your team because you just lost the first game,
I'm
that's
not sure.
but no, there are no special people, so it's fine.
And Mirek has so many points. And I always see him only winning. Like, Mirek put 56,000 points on Tone 5. And he gets plus 60% if he wins. So that would bring him up to like nearly 90,000 points. Yeah, 15 seconds left. Again, the triple VZ. Raging this time on a 60 TP. Usually you see that at the inner ramp, right?
Near the
Pushing,
bridge.
yeah, pushing next to the bridge. Operating a Kran, so no CS this time. One S-Kong again for Eevee. And an IS-7. Devi playing with triple...
No, double IS4.
Double IS4, yeah, double IS4, a Kran. Actually, similar lineup to... who was the team that played that? Was it 3PX that played with a... Oh no, 3PX also played with a... No, there was one team that had the same lineup in the attack last time. Can't quite remember who it was. So no VZs on that side, no 277s as well, no bad chat. Guess we will need to see what they have prepared. And
Yeah,
it looks like similar to the push that we saw before, right?
Yeah, like all of the tanks are straight going for the cap 2, and I see some pinging. No, that's from our team. Never mind. For the corner. But in the past, for Tundra defense, we saw Kranwagen sometimes at the K2 position between the rocks, where he basically can do 2 clips for free before he dies.
I mean, the second clip is usually not for free. The first clip is for free, right? You're talking about the rocks up, so you basically shoot onto the tanks that are coming in, do like the first 1, 2, 3, and the enemies then have to push all around this or somehow over this to get onto the Kran, and then you usually should be able to put in a second shot. So Killer is aiming for the crossing, and I don't think a lot of them were spotted already. So 60 TP positioned pretty far up, and in my opinion they should just use the time now to make a move on the defense if they really want to go for cap 2, because usually at the beginning the defending team has to distribute tanks towards the north and towards the south, and then over the time you have established some positions, you know where the enemy is not, and then based on that you can move your tanks back to where you expect them coming from.
We see Ghost taking the cap for free, unspotted, most likely.
Yeah, he pushed under.
So now it's just about the rotation, what Aubrey's team is going to do, because the CS is on the hill, so anything longer than a bridge doesn't really make sense, because the CS is going to farm it back. So we are probably going to see the same repush as Devi did, but unlike Devi, there is not going to be any push towards the cap, so the only tanks, and there is nothing in the corner from Devi. So if Aubrey and Levy and Papi are able to take the corner with Evie, they can just farm Ghost almost for free, and if they cover the cross with the other VZs, they should be fine. But
I guess it's basically a lot about how good or how bad the cross there will be punished by Ratatsong, Magic Duck, and everyone that is aiming towards that.
and the cross is here, and only for one shot.
Over the second part of the cross is more expensive, I would say.
But it's still almost nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's only 1,500 damage separating those two teams, so everything is still open. And you can see interesting movement from Ghost and Phoenix. They decide to push onto short stuff there. So they're trying to get out of a crossfire potentially, and they have to really make sure that Titos and Killer have a chance to get back into the game.
Yeah, Raptor is still holding the angle and doing nice shot on Killa, so the CS is now on 1500 HP. And the IS4s are winning against the Kran and the VZ. And now it's about how much Raging can help them, if they can kill the one IS4 before short stuff dies. Because Killa is going into the fight now.
Yeah, so Raging is fighting it out with Hello, Observer Mod. Okay. With Killer there, who is behind the rock. So I don't think Raging really has a chance of kind of chasing the CS. So it's on him to decide if it's worth using this 3k HP to chase down the 2-shot CS. And obviously...
But we see Huey with the IS-7 lost all of his HP during the fight. So he's basically dead. And Levy and Papi are being repushed by the Super Kongs.
Good decision, I think, to ram, because he saves another shot for Papi. Also, Titus crosses there, and...
Now, does Papi make the reload on the Super Kong or not?
I don't think so.
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, so HPs are still pretty much even, but Tone 5 is down 2 tanks, and all of the HPs are situated onto Raging, and yeah, I mean, the 60 TP is not necessarily known for being able to spread out the damage left, right, center.
So even if Raging is able to finish all the 3 tanks that are currently rushing him, it's still not going to be enough. Because Evie is going to lose with the Super Kong, so it's going to be like 5 against 1. So we are going to decide.
Magic Duck should be able to pick up Evie. Yep. And that's a 1-1 scoreline. Okay, so looks like another couple of teams made it into the next round now. we have left the game between Berne and Moridem 1-1. Davy Tone 5 1-1. And Gamers Youngblood 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we can watch one of the tiebreakers between those. But I guess it makes sense if we have a prediction running that we watch our current game to the end.
Yeah, that's probably the best option.
So, who did more damage? I feel like from looking at the numbers, Davy did slightly more. It's like plus 500 in the second last row, plus another 200, even, plus 600, plus 300, minus 400. Yeah, so Davy should have like 1.5k damage on top, I think. Do you remember what the tiebreaker map was? Was it Cliff? I think it was Cliff.
Let me check. And yes, it was Cliff. And we see the result that Team Just for Content, which is Just Disney's team, just got kicked out 2-0.
Yeah, that means that they play against CSA now, right? Yeah, CSA plays against. Yeah, I forgot who. I think you said some
It's out this team,
renaming.
which yeah.
Yeah, QT,
Pulagel
Kulagil, some Rhesus
and
players.
Glur, yeah.
Actually, quite a lot of Romanian players in that team. Okay, I think our game should pop any moment as well. But I guess I'm getting some food in the meantime.
And Team Pricosaurus won 2-0 against Io Cosengs, probably. And it's down 5 on defense against Devi on Cliff. Yes. And we see some double VZ, double CS, and bad chat so far from the team of Tone 5.
Davey has triple 277, Batchat CS are now full 277s.
Okay, so it looks like we have a full setup now, which is triple CS, triple VZ, and a bad chat.
I have Batchat, 1 CS, full 277s, and a crown.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I mean, they have like 1.5 minutes to still change it. So.
Yeah, but with the wait time as long as this one, they usually don't change it last minute.
Hey, 15 seconds to start. Looks like we start with 5 heavies and 1 Batchat and a CS. I would say the lineup is a bit heavier, but not necessarily much slower.
Yeah, the VZs are like not that well armored as the 277s, but the firepower, especially if they basically delete a single tank at the start.
Yeah, if they're able to get with all tanks onto one. I mean,
Yeah.
you basically need 5 out of those 6 shells, or you need like 2 autoloaders plus a shot from any of the other tanks.
Mm-hmm. So that's basically their mission. If there is going to be like a huge firefight, which it looks like there is, they basically need to just delete the first tank, and then they have the advantage and they can deload comfortably.
Mm-hmm. Also, short stuff. Looks like he's lacking some field mods.
Yes. And both Levi and Huey picking the extra HP for theirs.
Mm-hmm.
And Auber is clipping on Killa and Razadong.
I think Ratsatang did a good move here. I mean, he will probably drop now, but
Auber getting caught up a little bit. No, not a little bit, a lot. But he did 5 out of 5 as I could saw. And you see that Korana just getting deleted by the VZs.
yeah. You can see
And
Devi super down in HP. Now they have to kind of balance it out because now the VZs are reloading, but they're simply not able to really focus out one of them. You can see Trollstaff took the first salvo, now he's down to 900, but he was nearly reloaded again, putting in the next round.
And another reload from VCs and another tank deleted.
Yeah. So I guess Mirek will be happy getting his points. Obviously, we'll not resolve it now, but in 10 minutes when the match will be over on stream. Interestingly enough, the guns are still 4-4 because Raging was able to basically free farm all the time. I would expect him to have at least like 2.5 or 3k damage. Picks up another shot.
Yeah, he was basically able to farm all the time.
I think he will actually have 3.5k damage. Even like good HE pen now. Yeah, I think he has like 3.5k damage at least.
Yeah, and that was the mistake of Devi. They just like shoot the VZs, but they didn't kill the VZs. So like with the firefight like this, you just like have to kill the tank, or is it basically at 100%? Yep. And the CSAs of Aubrey's team, they were able to just live so long at the top. And so the damage they were able to put, it was like pretty good. Yeah. We see Korana just basically putting one shot in Aubrey and then just dying, while Evie, as like was the first CS that died, still did like 1100, and Raging with 3k, and some kill shot. Yeah, and I guess we have to wait for the next round because no other decider was long enough, so we could join it right now.
So maybe we see a decider between the Finns and Clueless, but I guess I can also just set up the semifinals already.
Oh, they are playing. They are not playing decider. I thought they were playing decider already.
No. That game had a bit of a delay.
Oh, okay. That means we might be able to sneak in for the decider if there is one.
If there is one, exactly. Okay, I will take a look at. I can open the post-game screens again if someone wants to see that. Yeah, and as you mentioned, 555 from Aubrey, so he did his job in the bet chat. Okay, I guess we will go for like a 5-minute break and then we will be back. And we are back. We have a Czech team versus a German team, I think. So I guess, Svit, you will be cheering for your Czech brothers.
And you for your German ones?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they deserve
Yeah.
that.
We had also option to watch CSA match, but this one feels like it's going to be way closer and way more interesting to watch. As CSA will hopefully win cleanly.
I mean, CSA didn't drop a single game so far.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they didn't play a single game so far.
Yeah, the intimidation tactic or the diplomacy tactic. Take it what you want. But
I
it's
guess
just
a bit
games
unlucky
of...
for them as well. I saw Froley was writing actually in the Discord that it would have been nice to have some warm-up games against potentially weaker enemies before going into the best of 5. But yeah, at least the best of 5 gives you the chance
of coming back from
coming
some
back if you like
stiffness.
do a mistake in the first game or something, and you might.
Double CS for Magblood. And double S-Conk, double IS for N50B.
I feel like overall this having a second semi-light vehicle is something unusual, right? Like from what we've seen in the past, there were usually six of the, let's say, heavier combat tanks, and then you had like one Batchat going one way or a CS going the other way. Quite interesting that two teams decided to bring double medium tank.
Also, it's because Ghost Town is, at least in this version, is still quite a new map for the 7v7 scene. So we saw the meta shift basically from just fighting in the city to just like fighting on the outside so you can push the city better.
But also, I feel like the interesting part about Ghost Town is that it kind of went with the iterations of relevant tanks on that map getting buffed. So first, when Ghost Town was reused for 7v7, the E100 buffs just went through, together with then the IS4 buffs. Then the VZ came in, and people started to use the VZ as well. And I feel now with the Bounty and Bond Turbo being there, also the E3 appeared like I think twice or 3 times in WoT7 already. And obviously the S-Conk being always pretty... same for the 50B, always being pretty popular on this map. What is the 50B doing there? Mark hates Arty on the 9 line? Is that
Mark
just
was
to support the northern? Yeah.
Yeah, he was supporting the CS on the corner if in case there was a push, which could happen.
Yeah, basically
and now
if they push with double CS through the A line or something like that.
Now that they think it's clear, they can move towards the south and try to push the CS of Paco.
Mirek just told me he has 170,000 points. So
nice.
he didn't even go all in with his 56 something. And I remember that there was someone that put 100k points onto one of the teams last Clan Showdown, but I didn't even know who that was. So one of the watchers out there staying anonymous. What do you think about the HPs? Is that like an issue already that you're down in the attack for 2k? I mean, you only took 2 shots, right? So the 113 took 1, and the 277.
Yeah, they are super light compared to like they have basically 277s to Youngblood's Ice Force. So they are always going to be down in HP. But we see 277 Timmy being closer without getting shot. But
Yeah, I think
Super
Hero
Kong
just
from
took another one.
but Super Kong from Batras is already to support, so they would need to push it at 3.
I think Hero tried to pen the IS-4 turret next left of the gun. Failed to do that twice, and yeah, I guess it took some.
Hero has weird HP. Does he have purple HP?
No. He has standard HP in the boosted slot. But yeah, he got penned once in the cupola and once next to the gun. So good shooting there from, I guess, Hyan. Feppy also down 2 shots already. And yeah, I mean, still no HP losses on this defending team side. Okay, Timmy has RT pushes in there. I guess we can take a look at his view now. I'm not sure if that's good here. Yeah. So in theory, Timmy has a line of fire towards the IS-4s now. Obviously, they can return the favor, especially if Paco keeps Timmy proxy spotted. Or just peeks up with a gun. Burner down 3k HP now. What concerns me, to be honest, a bit more even, is the fact that they're down 5 minutes. So Paco decides to aggressively go towards Timmy. Takes a 2-for-1 trade. I think it could have been worse. Now they know where the Bedshot is. Bedshot took 1. And Hero took another shot, so we can maybe take a look at their trading here.
Yeah, definitely you want to have 2 IS-4s against 113 and 277. Because like there is not really anyone that can support it. Like
I mean,
obviously
the
they
S-Kong put in 2 shots now. Killer Chris put 2 into the side of the IS-4. Timmy has RT pushed in now. A good ram onto Paco. But yeah, you can
Paco is going to survive.
No,
No,
Paco is not
almost.
going to survive.
Almost.
But Patras should easily be able to get safe here. And yeah, I mean, it's gun
It's
down,
over.
3k HP down. The time is not really in their favor. Mark should have 2 more shots, puts in 1, takes 1 in return, has to reload, and I think it's
over.
It's just over. So at this point, you can see Hero and Feppy driving in, trading 2 for 2, but they have lighter tanks, so overall the HP is still in favor. Vern is still 2k down, taking another shot. I think they even have a better position in theory because they're slightly up. They have the hull down here, but Feppy getting penned again. 3k down for Burner. I think Killer Chris just put in another one into Liska. Patras taking 1 from the CS. But 1 minute left. No way to push Luke in there with having only Smee in the back. Would you say that was a good defense, or would you say that was just not satisfying attacks from Burner?
I think they just like the defense was nice, but I think Verne just got like caught up by this exact strat because they just didn't see an opening to do. And when they got one, they like it could never succeed just because the IS-4 could support it, Tandorf could support it with the S-Kong, even Yayas could support it with the 50p. And 2v2 on the north or like on the west just like turned and like 5v2. So they just like even Paco almost survived in the end. And if he didn't peek at the start, he would have probably survived.
Yeah.
So the push like just Youngblood was prepared for it, and then after that move, they just Berne couldn't do anything because there was no opening for them.
Yeah, it looks like in the meantime, Clueless was able to pick up a victory over the Finnish team. And Yeah, they will now face strong Kodaks. Good stuff here coming in from Hyon. He was one of the IS4s trading against Hero and I think Feppy. But yeah, really hard to pin those Aldon IS4s.
Yeah, he on with almost 4k. But they didn't bounce that many shells. Like, Hyun bounced only 3 shells, and Lishka bounced 5. So it's not like
Yeah,
it's
but they
like
also
some
have a shot more
super
of
big
HP,
amount.
right? You need 6 shots, and the other tanks you need only 5.
With 113 on IS4, you need even 7 shots.
Yeah.
And CSA winning 1-0 against Autis team, and is it 1-0 for Tone 5?
Yes.
Yeah,
1-0 for Tone 5. I feel like since Raging joined that team, there's a pretty high upwards trend.
He is a good moral support.
I mean, like in the game that he played on Cliff, he had 3 point something K damage or 3K damage.
No, he had 2.7. He missed like
right.
6 shots.
No, I think he did 666 in his VZ on
Oh yeah,
Viva. That
but
was
yeah, but they had like 11-7-6 or something with the.
So
yes.
what you're saying is that he was the reason they nearly lost?
You mean in the round where it was clear win from the start?
It was 12-8-7. And I mean, yeah, he had, I guess, the farming position. So, but yeah, only 1 shot bounce. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm going to play against Raging tomorrow in the tournament.
I think he will use all his good RNG today, and you will ruffle stomp him tomorrow.
That's the plan.
I have 100% gold shells on my spectator tank.
I am as well.
So
having full gold spectator tank.
Yeah, Vida is already pointing that out. But are you a gold spammer if you're never shooting?
That's a good question.
Yeah, and in we go. Another good question is, are IS4s stronger than Super Kongs? Because we have 3 IS4s versus 3 Super Kongs. Let's
versus 4 Super Kongs.
Yeah, but like the 4th Super Kong is matched by another Super Kong.
Yeah, but like 60 TP from Fappy. That's
I think Fappy just likes the tank.
Yeah, but like I just don't see the use of the 60 TP on this map.
Is that a Joust camo on the Yaya's 50B?
Let me check.
Camo? It looks really good.
No, this is the Art of Strategy camo. And you basically have to do the daily missions, and you have like 18 items you can get from it, and one of them is this one. Like you can get it
I'm
all.
not playing the mode, so.
Yeah, but you can get everything, but you just get the camo sooner if you are lucky.
Lucan takes another shot here. I mean, he drove up, taking already 1.6k damage, and Paco, who is helping him, still did not connect on Smee. Smee puts in a good shot, and I mean, you can see the Batchet is coming pretty close already. Youngblood is starting to cap. And
on the cap 1, actually.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason why they have this double CS pressure immediately there. But, I mean, Toby in trouble is nearly there. And I think it was actually Timmy who put in a shot into the back of Paco. That's why he just lost 2 shots of HP. So close to each other. And yeah, Timmy puts in another good shot. Now,
yeah, it's
Lucan, I mean, this looks really bad for them.
They basically, has to like YOLO do super conks or something, so they don't reset the IS4s, but that happened now, so unless there is some
Toby is
Amorek, I think
safe
it's
now
over.
because he reached the lower ditch.
Well, the IS4s are reset.
Yeah, and now it's a tank that is completely separated there and lost a lot of HP. So the Batchat basically is like a full HP tank because you don't attack it anymore. Batchat can clip out, 5 things left, 4000 HP down, 5000 now. I mean, they might be able to pick up Mark, but that would require Patras to put in another one. Okay, he does. Yayas looks like he's still reloading. Puts in the first, puts in the second, puts in the third, and picks up number 4. But I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, good stuff here from Burner. Very different approaches in the 2 games. Yeah, good HE connection into the back of the 50B. And that was a very fast 3-minute game. So, yep.
Yeah, they just wanted to see the opening if they can win 2v1, but the support from the city is just too good to push it out.
There was a question in the chat. If you have a 5-skill crew and you don't make use of the skills, the crew is as good as it would be a 1-skill crew, right?
Yes.
I mean, that is basically the case if you reset your skills.
Yes. The only advantage of you not picking the skills is that you don't have to like reset the skills when you retrain the crew for credits. So like if you, let's say, have 2 skills done on your crew and you have like 30% of the third one, but you don't select it, if you are going to retrain your crew, you use that 30% on the third skill as like the bonus to the crew when you retrain for credits. So you don't have to like reset the skills as well. So it saves you like a bit of credits or XP.
Campingplatz versus Precrosaurus 1-1. And looks like we are waiting for the other results to come in. So we have second point now for CSA. I think that was expected, right?
Yes.
So CSA warming up now, having 2 rounds won on Ghost Town, which is a bit of a CSA surprise, I would say. Usually Ghost Town attack is their favorite map to lose.
Yeah, CSA being especially made out of the members that are playing the game for a long time. So even if they are better on the old maps, they might not be as good on the new ones, like Tundra and Ghost Town. So seeing 2-0 from CSA is nice.
I think Frawley and Saka always have some issues with Ghost Town attack. But I mean, looks like it's not always the case because as of right now, they're 2-0 up. Okay, so 15 seconds to start. Next map is Murovanka. We haven't seen Muro so far. It looks like we bring a Batchat, a T100, double Crown, double S-Conk, and an IS4. I would say somewhat of a standard lineup. Random team versus ACID 1-1 as well. Feppy in an STFV. While not bringing a light tank, but double Batchat. That's interesting.
And really heavy from Youngblood side. Like double Kranwagen, double Superconk, and IS4. with the usual Batchat and LT.
So they're up 1000 HP just by different tanks selection.
But I'm like slightly confused of what the like the double 277 and STRV combo, because like if you pick double 277, that screams yellow into cap 1. And that's exactly what's happening.
And
I guess
Feppy has small met and rep kit on an STRV. Like, I don't know, but like on STRV, I feel like it's so often the case that you have fuel tank plus track when you're getting tracked. And
especially if you are facing grunts that have
yeah,
heat that
yeah.
can just ban you from the front.
So, I mean, I understand that people don't want to like spend a lot of credits or something, but STRV, especially you also get repair speed, right? So
Yes, it's 10% repair speed.
yeah, so
And with big medkit is also extra protection, so you are less likely to actually get the crew member injured.
yeah. Good shooting here by the double 277, punishing the Batchat before the Batchat can retaliate. Hero, I don't know, like why is a CS positioned behind the buildings if you want to use it for brawling? Like, can't you just use it like a 113 and put
He
speed
might
on
be
it,
too
speed
slow.
governor?
It depends, because if the tanks from the defending team are making like shots on the tanks crossing aggressively, they are too late for the CS position. But if they are not making shots, the CS position, if you take it heavy, you can die for it. Because or like you can
Well,
take
I mean,
like 3
now
hits.
he is dying anyway. Also, one thing that I really hate about 113 in this position is that, I mean, right now nothing really is happening, so I can explain it, I guess. So if this is the building here, then the Kranwagen and the S-Kong basically have angles like this, and there's very limited space behind the building. And as the 113 turret is literally in the middle of the tank, you always expose towards one side if you want to shoot, because you have to drive too far back to not expose the back of the back of the hull, the rear of the tank.
Yeah, but the tank is not really there for fighting. It's there basically for punishing anybody overpeaking.
Yeah, but the problem is then whenever you want to side scrape backwards, and I mean the 113 in theory is a decent side scraper, right? You have the issue that the tank is so long and the turret is not far enough in the front or in the back, so you can not side scrape without exposing your rear towards the side that you're not side scraping. Basically, if you're side scraping towards Yaya's with a 113, then Liska would be able to shoot, and if you're side scraping towards Liska, then Yaya's would be able to shoot.
But like the tank is important there, because if that wasn't the tank, they can just take the bad shot and yellow it into the building, and then he can have just like freebies,
or you just
there is nobody to cover.
Yeah, exactly. So now
So
it's
that's
30 seconds. I think that is the reason that Trandolf and Hion are moving in. Good shot, by the way, by Hero. He puts Yayas on a one shot, and autoloaders on a one shot are
Timmy
always.
is leaving from the cap, but he should die for this.
Yes, but the STRV should have a good time now.
As well as me.
Yeah,
Which
so
put full clip into the Hion. And now Lishka is going to kill Hero. And Trandorf is in trouble because of the double batchet that went. Man, no, the double batchet should reload now. Because they killed Lucan.
I think Toby
So they
has.
shouldn't have shells.
Toby has fired all his clip.
Mark is also leaving, and the batchets are dead. Trandorf is on fire. But
Trandorf will not burn down. Smee needs another shot to kill him. Yeah, I don't know. That didn't really work that well for them. I mean, overall, I felt like it was just a bit too light to break through. And, like, at no point you would have thought, now they leave the cap and continue pushing, right? Because you can't really push into the Kranwagens and into the S-Kong. And on the other hand, like, I didn't really feel like the Batchets were really able to eliminate one tank out of the fight and then disappear again. So Yeah, maybe a good idea, but didn't matter too much in the end. Yeah, so that was obviously their attacking round. It's a best of 5, so they have another shot. If they win their defending round, they are still able to play the tiebreaker. And as the HPs are not that far away from each other, I guess it might take us some time to finish out this game.
Like, the issue with the stuff the Birne did is that, like, your setup you have can do one thing.
Yeah.
Which is the one cap rush. If they had, like, instead of one bad chat, they had LT. Like, then
that
you
would
could...
be even more lighter. I would have suggested actually replace the second bed chat with something a bit heavier, so you can maybe bait with the STRV and the 2 cap, like knock over the trees, then don't sit in the trees, something like this.
No, I meant it in a way that if you have a setup that can do only one thing, the enemy can prepare for your one thing. So you saw basically every single heavy just went straight for the crossing, so they can shoot the crossing.
Yeah.
Because what else are you going to do with double 277? There is nothing else. So if you have a setup, not necessarily like double 277 and an LT, but something that can do more things, the defender has to spread a little bit more because the defender doesn't know where the things are going to come from. But if you have an STRV that can do only one thing, if you don't have a light, they were just prepared for it and reacted accordingly. They had the IS-4 that went basically straight into the middle, and you had the other heavies that just went to shoot the 277 crossing.
So now you can see Patras and Hyun are moving towards Smee. Smee is spotted. They know that he's there. Smee should take shots from the side. Yeah, Paco puts in 1. And I think Smee at that point will just try to get some more damage. Okay, that was a terrible shot. You know, I wish I could just press the arrow key upwards to like forward the replay.
Yeah, that's the issue with some of the more like defensive sided maps, where if the attack like fails the first blow, like the defender doesn't necessarily wants to push out.
In it, and he didn't pen the bed chat, and he didn't pick up the conk either. So yeah, I mean, Fappy might be able to just put in 1 more if he's not getting tracked or something. Okay, puts in 1. Not getting rolled by the S-Conk. Oh, that was a bad shot by this guy. Not that it would matter, but anyway. Okay, so a bit more damage done by Fappy. I don't know if they did more or less damage in the first their first attack on Ghost Town. Can't remember, but I think there were quite a few HPs left. So yeah. Anyway, 2-1 for Youngblood. Yeah, the STRV. I mean, he did 2 shots in the end. That means he was only able to put in like, let's say 1,100 damage onto the pushing tanks. Like, yeah, I don't know. That was just not enough. Or 800 damage. I think he had a kill shot, so it's like 2 shots with like 390 plus a kill shot or something like that.
Yeah, like that's super low for an STRV.
Yeah, and I think the kill shot was actually the one onto the Kranwagen, right? The 47 Kranwagen that was...
No, like he has 5 pen shots, so basically like he should have...
Yeah, but the kill shot was the one on Hyan. Like you see, Daddy Fappy killed Hyan, and Hyan was the Kranwagen that was not killed by the HE shells from Smee at the very end. So that means the STRV was only able to put in 2 shots when his heavy tanks were overpushed. So when they committed onto Timmy, and Timmy did only 1 shot of damage, Fappy only did 2 shots on that push. Like that's really not worth it in an STRV.
So the results that are currently here, Youngblood against Birnet that we are watching right now, it's 2-1. CSA already won against Autis team 3-0. Then Tone 5 leading 2-1 against Los Pipos. And Camping Platz losing 1-2 against Bricosaurus. With random team winning against ACID 2-1.
Oh, and 1-1 between Dax and Clueless as well. Why did Liska unready 10 seconds before the game starts to pick an STB1, which is literally the most garbage tank that Tier 10 has to offer?
I'm going to disagree on that.
Well, I guess that's your right. But yeah, I mean, they will just prove you wrong by losing their attacking round now.
Okay, let's go. So we have double eyes for double Kranwagen, double budget and STB for attack for Youngblood. And for defense, we have IS7 Kranwagen, double Super Kong, Badchat, CS and LT for Birne.
Yep.
That's interesting setup for attack with the double eyes for.
Mark with Grousers IS7. You know it, always camping there in K5, K6. Wait, is he actually pushing into the water? No. He's just holding.
No, that is like an extra
Yeah.
hold down, I guess. And because they don't have a light, he's not that afraid of getting outspotted that much.
No.
But we have Yayas getting there with only 2 shot taken, I guess. From the S-Kong.
Yeah.
And getting in their cap. And now Fappy just shot high on, so they know there is a tank behind their houses. And I like wondering what the Ice Force are basically waiting for the repush towards the city to reset the crown. But they don't really need to because they have a CS behind the house that can reset with a G. Huh, interesting. There was a hit towards the cupola for 0 damage onto Yayas, so there was another reset. Huh. Like, on one hand, Youngblood are expecting reaction towards the city from the IS7, or probably the bad chat as well. But Pirne doesn't need to do the reaction just because they can reset Yayas a few times because Fappy has HP for doing it a few times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also Fappy is able to, I think, outspot Ian without getting spotted in return as long as he's not firing. Yeah, you can see it right now. Now he fired.
Mm-hmm.
He might get spotted, but it doesn't matter. Like, I don't understand why Fappy is playing with. Like, he's playing with 10 APCR, small kids. I mean, it's not like he needs. It's not like he needs all the APs, the APCR shells, but still, like, it's not like in randoms you would randomly start firing AP. Okay, so the cap is down to 28 seconds. And there, as we mentioned, the decap came in 3 minutes have passed. The STB has not done anything yet.
That was the case for the STRV last battle as well.
Well, I mean, we said that the STRV would have been a bad decision there. So
But we see the double bed shed going towards the forest now.
I think that is an interesting thing to follow up on. Also, the decision between the improved aiming and the HP boost is always a question. Like, will you miss that 5th shot if you're not having the improved aiming?
It's basically about what it's the expectation of the tank you are going to fight. If you know that you are going to fight the bad shit, you basically have to pick HP boost. If you are going to fight a CS, you are going to pick HP boost. But if you are going to pick the fight something like 440 alpha tanks like Kranwagen, you don't need the HP.
Yeah, but you
because
cannot
you die
always
in the
necessarily say
yes,
depends
but
what
like
you're playing.
for cliffs, you basically have to pick HP boost because you survive extra shell.
Yeah.
But for maps like Himmels, that you basically don't have to because you'll die in the same number of shells.
Yeah.
And we see Yayas moving up.
Yeah, and Hero took like 2 shots already for free from the bats in the back. And I think he is not really able to retaliate. Like, one of the bat shots is
And
now
Mark
spotted.
as well is now dying.
Mark in his IS-7 is in a bit of trouble here. You can see he tries to somehow like hide the lower plate, but
yeah. Yayas is getting killed by Toby. And he might take one more for this. But he survives.
Bounces on the upper structure. But Smee picks up the kill in the T100. I think Smee actually had pretty good timing there because the batchers were just falling back. But still, Burner is down in HP and they now have to make their overpush happening. Hyan bounces one on Timmy, but Timmy doesn't have more shots. Feppy picks up the kill. And the HPs are pretty even again. Now let's see what the STB can do. Takes one from Feppy, misses
and he
one.
should farm the Kranwagen.
Well, puts in another one, gets rammed, and he will be finished by Feppy. Very, very great stuff here from the STRB.
But we see the bad shots that are full, both of them are full HP pushing on Toby. And IS-4 still have a lot of HP. And Toby is firing on the IS-4, so bad shots are going to be easy.
The T100 just found out where the bad shots are because he's getting clipped and ripped apart.
Yeah, Paco is winning the 1v1.
No, he's not.
Because Toby doesn't have shells. So he doesn't care.
Unlucky.
He just goes for it. That's why I said that it's important that Trandorf got shot by the bad shot.
Yeah.
But
so, Feppy
even
takes
if
one from the IS-4. Smee puts actually a good shot into Trandorf. And take a look at the time. Like, I mean, obviously they're up to tanks, but
and HP.
Like, they really.
Yeah, it depends on because they are like.
Yeah, I think now it's just over.
Yeah, it's over. Padras is spotted. Like if they were able to kill Smee and reload a little bit sooner, so they could kill like 2 tanks right now, they could still have a reload for like the last 2 tanks. But they just didn't kill enough of them.
Yep.
So we'll have a decider, which is going to be
Cliff, I think.
Ghostam or Himmels.
Himmels. Yeah,
Himmels is the decider. So fairly even map from both sides. So what are the scores at the moment? ACID against random team is going to Decider. Youngblood against Birna, which is our match we are watching, is going to Decider. Tone 5 winning 3-1 against Los Pipos. Camping Platz winning. No, losing against Spregosaurus. And Stronglax and Clueless still 1-1.
Yeah, so that means CSA is through, Tone 5 is through, Precrosaurus is through, and the others are 1-1 or 2-2. Ah, Dax is up 2-1 now as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that means CSA will play against the winner of Youngblood and Burner. Tone 5 will play against the winner of AC1D and Random Team. And Precrosaurus will play against the winner of Stronkodax and Clueless, right?
Mm-hmm. And since all the battles were won in defense, we basically, for now, have no clue who's picking.
Yeah, I mean, whoever did a lot of damage in one of the games as attacker. I don't know. I'm, by the way, not convinced of the STB there. Like, he did like 3 or 4 shots in the end for free when he got pushed on. Birne is defending on Himmelsdorf. So
yeah. So we are going to see Youngblood attack. And like on Himmelsdorf, it's one of the maps where it's like you are usually comfortable defending, but both sides are really good. And we see team immediately picking tanks. It looks like VZ 277 E3 IS4 E100 Super Kong. And they are just going for like one of each.
can you answer the check question in the chat?
Yes.
I mean, no need
It's
to.
not a question. He's thanking us for being able to watch.
Ah, yeah, I just read it as well. Could have just read it before. Like, I saw it, then I saw its check because of the nickname, and then I didn't even read the message before I asked you, and then I read the message, and then I saw it.
And they just ruined the setup and picked up IS4. And for people that want some entertainment while waiting, check out latest Daki's video on his 3 marking of a chief without gold ammo, and the comments are very entertaining.
Let me do that now. YouTube video, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And
this should be the latest one with.
the 6-minute video, this one?
Yeah, the first no goal chief mark ever.
Yeah.
There are some congratulations, and there are some.
I like the comment from Damir Matevic. Well done, mate. Ignore the 45% warriors in comment.
Yeah, but we want to see the 45% warriors.
Okay.
It's one of the pinned comments, and there is one later down.
This is the easiest game I've ever seen. I don't ask myself anymore why they got this damage, and nice. Okay. Yeah.
There are more congratulation messages
Using
than
the
last
full
time.
10 degrees of the tanks is basically cheating. Nice.
Yeah, there are way more congratulation messages than I saw before, but the saltier ones are nice.
Yeah, I think Rot is
There's
is
a guy
right.
called QWERTY. Then also.
No, I think Rot made a very valid comment. It's just a gaming chair. Like Ducky's gaming chair must be super good.
Oh yeah, he has a new one. And the Tiger Race team has 38k people.
Yeah, I will rate that one after. But I didn't really feel like we are competing, and we started earlier anyway. So, let's go into the game. Himmelsdorf it is. Both teams with an E3. Both teams with IS4s. 3 IS4s against double IS4 and an E100. 277 against 277. A Batchat and a 50B against an S-Kong and a VZ55. So, I would say Youngblood is a bit lighter, right?
Yes, because of the bad chat and the 50B. But not that much, especially because of the 50B burst. But like this, because and APCR, because even if it's lower pen, the tracks are the nice target for it, unlike the heat of Ice Force.
Yeah, but I mean against 277s, the heat is absolutely fine as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest problem of Toby here is that he has the rep kit in the wrong slot again. So, well, if there is an issue in this game, we know what it is. Also, Feppy, Feppy, no field mods, rep kit small, med kit small.
Now he has like 2 levels of field mods.
Yeah,
because
but he's not done with the field mods for sure. Or maybe he's just using the WoT7 to grind some field mods. And that would be a valid reason. Mark actually having a purple stabilizer on an IS4. I think someone is really discontent about the gun handling.
Yeah, or just have too much bond equipped and to have an idea how to do with it. So we see Eas on the hill, just looking towards the spotting window, towards the cross on the rails, but Trendorf and Lishka just found out there is nobody there. So Eas is going to probably relocate to B0 in a second to fight the hero E4, E3.
I mean, they don't know yet that he is there. I guess it's a good assumption. But also, I like Hero. Like, I don't know. Like, look at this setup from Hero. He has full field mods. He has the HP boost in the right slot. Purple optics, purple rammer, big kits, Rap kit on 5. What else can you ask for?
Purple HP.
Yeah.
In theory. But yeah, it's basically perfect
I mean,
setup.
HP boost on E3 should put you high enough to reliably.
But basically, it puts you above, like, you basically 2250 is 3 shots from another E3.
Yeah, but you like it's still a 50-50 basically.
Yeah, no, it's like 45-55. But so, like, in theory, that gives you comfortably above that value with HP boost, and
Yeah.
then you can maybe even pick like the less HP but better yield field mod, because he didn't pick either on the level 8, so he can keep the HP. Like, for example, in CVs, I used to pick the HP one just to be super safe for surviving E3, because
I
on
think it's
Strianki
more
you fight
relevant
E3.
on Ensk or on
Or Ensk.
Sotjanki. Yeah, Ensk or
So
Sotjanki, but in Himmelsdorf, like there's a high chance the enemy will just not bring an E3.
yes.
Okay, now we have to see this cross there. You see 2 shots were fired, both on Liska. One was missed, one just took the track. I'm not sure if I agree with what Lucan is doing here, because like Liska just took 2 shots and I guess Lucan decides to go for the cap.
Yeah,
that's a decent decision.
Lishka wins every time.
Yeah.
Like, there is no scenario where he should lose this.
I mean, maybe if Smee gives him a blow up or something.
Yeah. Because, like, if Lishka just takes a shot, he just, like, should push forward, or he just snipes the cupola. And he has a nice cooldown right now.
So, Youngblood is up 1000 HP.
I don't agree with the E3 going down. He should have stayed on the hill so he can farm when they push. Because he's just now, like, kinda useless for, like, a minute of the game.
You mean Yayas?
Yeah, with the E3.
Yeah, I think Yayas is also there to check what is happening in the base. So you can see right now Mark and Zeppers driving forward.
They just good spotted by Paco. Patras is going to prepare the clip so they can farm them for free, because Mark is just going to push Paco.
Yeah.
So he can clip him for free, and Yayas is going to shoot them in the back in like 30 seconds.
Yeah. So I'm not sure why Patras is not just picking out with a side.
Because he wouldn't clip it anyway. Because he was waiting either for Mark to push up or to Paco to push as well.
Why does he only have 3 heat clips left? Did he shoot already 15 times?
I don't know.
There's another fire on top of it, so
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff here from Youngblood, putting in the W, I guess. The E3 was able to put one into Paco. Zeppers safe for the moment. Low rolls, but
now Yayas is just going to murder him from the top, or he's just going to overpush Paco. But like, it doesn't really matter because they are 5k down and 2 tanks down.
Yeah, I mean, Ion just picks him up, and 4 tanks left against 7. Both caps are actually started. I think that's a bit of a rare scenario when we see both caps being started. What actually happens if you drive into both caps at the same time and both get kept through?
You just win.
No, I mean, no, it's never written. It's just written base was captured, right? And not base X was captured. Okay.
But like in 7v7, you don't have achievements for capping the cap. But in theory, if there was a cap and both of them were kept, do both people would get invader?
Yeah, that was my idea as well when I was asking the question. And then I realized that there is no invader medal anyway. Yeah, but good stuff here from the Czech team. And yeah, they make it into the finals. We will see if their performance will be enough for group stage.
So once we load into the garage, we can see what the other battles are looking like. We have 45 seconds to watch the decider between Clueless and Strongwax.
Oh, I guess we can do that. Okay, so then Clueless, Strong Dax, and I swear I had a Clueless entry. Ah, here. And Clueless. And we are in the Dax team, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, then I have it set up correctly.
Okay, so we have Strong Exit 113, Double B, Double E100, and Double IS4. And Clueless have 50B, E100, Double IS4, Double S-Conk, and E3.
Yep.
Those are
yes, you first.
super heavy setups.
Yep. The match that is being played in Group 1 will now be CSA versus Youngblood. So it's
So I
basically
guess,
Old Blood versus Youngblood. Or
yeah, so we'll watch that.
Grandpa's versus... we just watched Youngblood, so we can maybe watch something else.
No, that's like what? Wait, let me check what are other games that you can watch.
AC1D versus Tone 5. I think
So,
we watched Tone 5
we watched
already a
Albury,
couple
yeah.
of times.
And the other one is finals of
That's
Brachiosaurus against this one,
yes.
winners of this one.
Yeah.
I guess the CSA match is going to be the most interesting one.
Yeah, then I guess we can watch this one.
So I will do prediction once the battle is over on stream. So we see E3 in the very expected window. But other than that, really passive from Clueless.
I mean, Sertali plays the position that we saw the 277 playing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's, I would say, nowadays really standard. Same goes for the other IS4 position here. Jacob pushing up there. And yeah, I guess now we have to see how they manage the crossing.
Wait, he actually banned the IS4. That IS4. E3 with the IS4.
Yeah, I think he shot heat onto the roof plates here. Skirpy, is he getting baited?
Wait, is Scarpe even peeking properly? Let me check. Yeah, he's waiting.
Yeah, I'm in his first person view right now.
And he missed.
So unlucky.
And now they're going to cross.
Okay, he spots the double E100, spots the second IS-4. IS-4 takes over the position of the first IS-4. Good connection here by Skirpy. Also good timing by the IS-4. You saw, actually good pen into the E3 now. And in the other...
Another shoot by E3 into E100.
and in the other part of the map, we see here the double 50B has now come down. Yeah, important stuff that there were 2 good connections on to the heavy tanks. Like that's like 1,500 HP.
And 50Bs are spotted as of now.
Yeah, they get spotted by Sir Jacob, Floki, and
They are ready for that repush, and they pay for it a lot.
Now the question is, how expensive can Sir Jacob make himself? Like he is a bit caught out, and he can't push into the window because he would have got shot by a hash.
Yeah, so Malignac has to push into the window, so he's safe from the super conks. But Jacob didn't allow him to do that.
Yeah, so but Jacob made the mistake.
No, he basically traded half of his HP for Malignac.
Yeah, but he could have done it like 5 centimeters further, and then he would have been safe from hash, I think. But yeah, overall good stuff here coming in from the blue team. So the question now is if the 113 and the 50B can somehow rejoin before the IS-4 in the north, which is Black Prince, and the other 50Bs here are being collapsed on. And it looks like Stronko Dax is in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, it's almost 2.5k down and 2 tanks down. So that doesn't really look well, because Black Prince should die from Zavi now. And it's 3 tanks down right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob even makes it back towards Floki, who should now be able to give him a shield. So the 50B with the intra-clip reload not being able to pick up the IS-4. Savista should be able to pick up the IS-4. We see that in the lock at the bottom. And yeah, only the 113 survived, but not for much longer. 7-0 in tanks.
Yeah, that was very... Like, the push from the hill worked. It was fine. They took basically 1 shot from it. But then the E100 just went to repush the mid, and the 50Bs might have been spotted a little too early, so the defending team were able to prepare for it, and just basically on the first cross they were making, instead of killing Jacob for free, Jacob was safe, and they basically paid like 2k for it.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we will be able to jump into the other match in time. We're already up there already. And then we can discuss the post-game stuff. So, we are watching Youngblood versus CSA. And we are in the Youngblood team. Okay. So, we start with Cliff. We start with steps. CSA starts on the defending side. Then the next map is Himmelsdorf. And if there is a tiebreaker needed, so a 2-2 scoreline, the decider map is Tundra.
And he just wrote that Patras had only 15 heat without any other ammo.
Yeah, I wanted to check that the round before. Yeah, because like when I saw him aiming there and he was like 0-15-0, I was like, no way, he fired 3 clips already in like 4 minutes. So.
Okay, so I'll just pick Youngblood now, so we have more time for this prediction. And it's going to... do you have CSA blue?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just I can put 10 minutes at BO5.
Okay, so all final battles have popped up.
And did you poke CSA that we are streaming the game?
Oh yeah, I told Saka.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so for CSA, we have double 113, double S-Kong, double CS, and LT. For Youngblood, we have triple 113, IS7, double Batchat, and T100 LT as well.
Mm-hmm.
What setup do you prefer?
I have to say that I prefer the defend. Like, I think the defending setup is better for defense, and I think the attacking setup is better for attack. So I think both teams did a good job. I think the Super Kongs in defense are really good, and I feel like if you want to be flexible and rotate, then Super Kong, especially two Super Kongs, might be too many slow HP on the map. The only thing that is kind of a giveaway is that if you don't have the standard Howldown Badger IS7 or something for A4, is that the T100 might be really fast in getting vision over the northern side. But I also like the double CS pushing here.
And it looks like they were ready with
Yeah.
Youngblood. Another shell connected.
So
And Patra's getting spotted and a little bit caught out.
okay, so I guess they will be able to put in one into Yaya's. Yep. CSA still up some HP. And interesting stuff coming now. A push.
Paco clearing it up super, super fast.
Yeah, that's basically what I said, right? So
Yeah.
you don't have an IS-7, you don't have a Badger, and usually those two tanks are let's say the tanks you expect to be at A4, A5, exactly in this Haldon where Paco is. And
Or
now
if it, yeah.
he's so fast in getting map control. I mean, yes, you lost this K9 position, and usually you can kind of say the repush over the northern part of the K line, like basically something like this, is kind of impossible when this kind of crossfire setup is being prepared. But yeah, I mean the one cap seems like a good option right now.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Paco going for the low noise optics and CVS. So
That's the standard setup for the spotting T100.
exactly. So he is able to sit in the cap until they come quite close, and with the 113 being there, I mean, it looks like they don't really care, right?
I'm surprised that they don't have 113 on like A4 right now and capping the cap.
Yeah, that would have been my suggestion. Like, put a tank over the rails, cross at C1, put it at
they
A4.
are repushing actually.
Yeah, and that is going very well.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Okay, so Lukin and the second Batchat Patras now are reaching Ondra. Good decision making by Cosmo. Yes, he lost some HP, but now he is basically in another semi-safe position here. Picks up, very important, the 113. So now he has a clear way out. CSA on 3k HP advantage. Cosmo there is able to put in another one. And Yayas should drop any moment. The guns are even out as well. And CSA sitting on a comfortable 3k HP lead. Paco also dropping to a one-shot for Cosmo, who unfortunately misses him.
As well as Strandorf being out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's another point. Like, you have this Super Conk that awaits the 113 there. Both are nearly full HP. And now you can see Crazy War and Saka struggling a bit to distribute the tank, like the tanks, putting them on even HP. So the shielding not
And
quite
Cosmo
on point.
picking up another tank from this position.
But yeah, like really good stuff from CSA. I would have to say that it was more a Youngblood mistake than a CSA outplay.
Yeah, like if you have double bad shot as Youngblood.
Yeah.
You can just put the bad shots on like K7 and like J5 to just cover each other, and they are unpushable. You just pay too much for them.
Yeah.
And then just like rotate all the heavies to just take the repush towards the cap.
Just put a tank here, kept here. You had this already. Like no way you're getting pushed this way. And if they're pushing like this over the field, blue,
Or even
obviously,
if you put the bad
you
shot on like H5, they cannot even push the outside because the bad shot just can cover it as well.
Yeah, and
so you have,
I mean this
5 tanks
area
fighting every time.
gets useless if you're approaching the 1 cap, right? So yeah, I mean I would say good implementation by CSA. What I didn't like was, I mean I mentioned it, is how Crazy War and Saka distributed the shots over them, because you can see Saka still nearly full HP, Crazy War only on a 1 shot. But beside that, good stuff, and I guess deserved first round victory.
Exactly.
By the way, if you want, you can poke Marty if he's interested in covering that one, because it's 2 Czech teams.
He is not here today. He's on some concert.
Ah, well, enjoy.
Like some orchestra, something.
Oh, sounds cool.
So we see Cosmo doing only 1600 damage, but picking up the 2 important kills on the bad shot and on the 113. And Crazy.
I mean,
and
also
Saka
surviving.
farming.
Like,
yeah, like did the boost he did, it's not that easy to do. Because like there is like, it's meant to be not doable, but it's,
I would say it's meant to be hard.
No, like it's almost impossible even in mediums. It's
like, I think with
probably
EBR it's pretty easy.
Yeah, if EBR is easy, but like with mediums it's kind of hard, and with normalites it's doable.
Yeah. Usually if it's too easy with EBR, I wouldn't even call it a boost. But then you have the, like, sometimes you have those positions that are easy to go up with EBR, but impossible for others. And this is one of the positions where you say, like, with EBR, you just drive over. And with other tanks, you have to really know the detail.
I like
it. Remember to ready up your spectator.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I mean, you have like 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, and Lishka basically getting farmed by the CSs at the start, so he didn't do anything. Not really like a misplay from his part. It's just the tactics.
Aubrey also following up on his word, making his way to the tiebreaker defeat.
By the way, I know that there are the new camos for the weekly tournaments. Mm-hmm. Are the new camos for the WoT7 already, or not yet?
I don't know. I haven't decided. There will be an announcement article on. I mean, usually there's like the announcement article for the stream, like in the like somewhere next week, and I guess we will put it in there. But as of right now, the main stream to be watched should be the Tiger Day stream. So everyone go watch the Tiger Day stream.
Yeah, those 5 people that will just now leave to watch the stream are very important for the KPIs.
Yep.
We do a bit of practicing and...
I mean, like the Tiger Day stream also has drops. So if you're interested in drops, then go away, because you won't get any drops here.
Yeah, I was just now able to finish all the drops for the Tiger Day stream.
Sounds like you had a successful day.
Exactly.
Okay, so we covered all the break time. We are ready to go into the next round. And yeah, we can see CSA more than 1,000 HP up in comparison to Youngblood. They
So-
still have their 1T100 with a double CS. Still have their double S-Kong, Saka now in an IS-7. The 5A is also one of the tanks that we barely ever see outside of CSA. I think we had some Proco rounds and some Tundra rounds where 5As were played.
Yeah, I think Tropical, or however they were called at that point, used it on Proco, the
Yeah,
5As.
Yeah.
But yeah, like 5A is interesting just because it's like very similar to 113, but you just get hold down to the like the better gun depression to the front, as well as bigger alpha.
I feel like the
Or-
gun handling is also better, but that might be me coping.
Yeah, but like the turret is a little bit weaker. The turret is in the front, so you cannot side scrap as much. And the speed is virtually the same. It's just a little bit different. So we see Heon taking an interesting spot and spotting and shooting Golder.
Yeah, so he put in one into Golder and spotted out Frawley. Guess that is decent achievement for the first minute, especially on the defending side.
Yeah, and they have the bad shot, so he cannot get like
Yeah,
really easily overpushed.
I mean,
if
they
were-
basically have all
lit.
this area to cover him, right? So
Mhm.
like this basically also covers this area. So the C-shaped form here will allow the CS to basically stay in cover. And I don't know what CSA is doing. Like,
No, they wanted to do the usual like slow push on the cap 2. It like, poking around, maybe doing some damage towards the S-Kong that's on C7, and then like pushing lower. And the 5A can peek up there very easily and just like outstrade the other tanks because of the penetration as well as the DPM. But since Heon just spotted them early, they weren't able to do it.
yeah, so what we often see from CSA is actually this this push into this area here and trying to like push down everything that potentially is situated here and obviously this tank, and then they use the second wave of tanks to get in there. Well, we need to see what CSA has decided to do. Looks like Saka is being sent towards the 2 line. T100 should have no problems spotting him, and Paco does so.
And he's leaving a little bit too late, so he doesn't take a shot for it, but he should have taken a shot for it.
Yeah, I think Saka tried to basically take the upper way, or to immediately figure out if there is something in the bushes like D3 and E2, and that's why he went a bit more to the right, so he couldn't shoot the T100. Yeah, so CSA slowly but carefully, taking the eastern part, the western part of the map back. But I have to say, like, this is one of the consistent issues that I feel with CSA attacks is happening, is that they're just too slow in this first 2.5 minutes on deciding on where to go. Like, the first minute or something, they have like somewhat of an idea. Then they reach the positions, and then they stay there for like minute 2 and 3.
Now Lacker is going to farm Hion,
Yeah.
unless Youngblood does something,
I mean,
as well as Cosmo.
yeah, you can see the CS is dropping a lot, and Golda picks up the kill. Double Batchet is now being sent towards Lucker, who is prepared, or misses the shot onto Patras. That's unfortunate, or maybe bad, I don't know. You can pick one of those. Ondra is moving forward now. I'm not sure why Hacker decided to drive forward. there shouldn't be enough damage left in the Batchets to nice pickup by
But
Crazy
Saka
War.
is dying from the Super Kongs in the back. And even if Lukin is going to die, because Saka is going to die as well.
Yeah, I don't even know why Saka had to push over the field now.
They were maybe afraid of the extra tanks pushing down,
Yeah.
but they just didn't know that like the Kran is super far and the second Super Kong is also super far.
Oh, so Andra dropping to a one shot for the Eskong. The Eskong will just take one from the back, yeah, and pick up the kill. So Youngblood is roughly 800 HP up, but this T100 is really not in a comfortable position. You can see Paco already trying to repush, trading 1-for-1. Actually, a bit of a risky move. Like, if the S-Kong and the 5A would have still been where they were, like, the Super Kong should have been for sure able to retrack him. Now, HPs are even. And imagine they would have a full minute more now. Like, this waiting from, like, minute 6:30 to minute 5:20, 5:30 or something, where they just didn't do anything. Like, Monseyo will write in the chat, yeah, they were blind shooting. You need the time to blind shoot. But
Yeah, but if you look at basically it's now 4v4 with 2 minutes left on the attack.
yeah. But
And
you
the
could have
light
had
is
like
nowhere near the
3
cap.
or 3.5 if you just, like, independent of if it's an 8-minute or 10-minute game, like, you just wasted time by thinking about what you want to do for too long. And I feel like this is a pattern that we see in a lot of CSA games. And sometimes you might make the right decision, but it turns out to be the wrong decision because you made it too slow.
Trendov getting shot by the LT and as well as Yayas.
Yeah, so
But
Cosmo
Paco has more HP,
Yeah,
so he
exactly.
should be able to pick
Cosmo
it up
has
before.
to leave sooner or later, because obviously the info is provided. And I think the biggest problem is that Paco can just push through there, and nobody is really able to support Cosmo. So
Yeah, if they had like 2 more minutes, maybe they could play it slow and still win. Because the HP distribution for CSA is kind of good. But they just don't have time and they have to push. And that will probably be not enough.
I mean, Golda picks up another kill. Frawley will win this 1v1. But the T100 is completely gone already. Well, Yayas has 1 shot left. Crazy War might not even have the reload.
And that's 1-1.
Yep, but keep in mind that this is a round where they killed 2 S-Kongs, 2 Batchets, a CS, and put the other, like, 400 HP were left out of like 15.3 or something. So that is quite a good game when it comes to the damage that they dealt. Okay, so Aubrey down the second point. Now it's his time to win the second map, and then he will lose the tiebreaker. Yeah, so as I said, AC1D or AC ID is 2-0 on map 1. Clueless still up 1 point against Prykosaurus. And CSA versus Youngblood still 1-1. So Himmelsdorf next. Are we seeing some 2-line push by CSA in the defense again?
I don't know, because
No, they just picked an E3. I guess.
No, that's Youngblood.
Yeah,
That's CSA.
yeah, I know. So I guess they will try to do. Wait, they have an E3, Batchat, 50B. That's the same stuff that we saw before, right? in the game.
They are attacking
Ah, no.
now, so yeah. They had Yandas, so no. No, wait, that was the
That was
Clueless team.
different.
That's the Nukulex team
Yeah.
against Clueless team.
No, I mean in the game, Mirek and.
I don't think they had 277. But yeah, it's like fairly normal setup for attack. You can still cover rails with the 50B 277. You can still go over the hill. With the triple IS4 you can still take the fight. But the E3 basically tells you that they will go over the hill. No, wait, they had 277 because it was in the window.
Yeah.
It was Paco. Yeah, I remember now.
Okay, now the argument is being brought up in the chat that you have a smaller chance of getting ammo wrecked if you don't bring that much ammo. That's a true 5-head move. Just run out of ammo after half the game, so you can't be blown up.
The only difference it makes is that your turret flies less if you have less ammo during the explosion.
No, but if you have no shells left, you can't get ammo wrecked,
That was...
right? I'm
Yes.
pretty sure.
Yes, like you cannot get ammo wrecked. So I think we saw it a few times where during a tournament when there was like the T-Rate cap shield, the T-Rate tank just didn't bring any ammo, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't get ammo wrecked during the making the cap shield.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see CSA setup now, which is 113, 50B, triple IS for 277 and Seskong. Very similar setups, actually.
No E3 this time. And it looks like CSA decided to not go for their traditional 2-line push.
And they are making a trap under the hill.
Okay, so Paco should be able to spot Golder, who obviously spots Paco in return. Saka is the initial receiver for the 8-line.
No, they are not making a trap, they are playing Agrodera.
Yeah, I think they're just getting some map control. Interesting that they're using like both windows plus 2 tanks in the 8-line.
And I can confirm that Patras has all the shells now.
So now he's not afraid anymore of getting ammo wrecked. He has 10-20 this time.
But yeah, now
But still he
basically
didn't get the 3rd mark, so
Paco is getting shot into the cupolas by everyone.
yeah, I think Golder took 1 shot initially and now returned the favor twice. He nearly penned him a 3rd time. Good shooting by the 113.
And the 113 might
He's
die now.
so lucky. Okay, so
He gets track for zero damage as well.
So, yeah, one thing I think that people can learn is this, what Golder is doing. Basically, the issue is that the E3 and before the Bachelor and 50B have some kind of an angle in the market, like this. But you can see that 277 is not using this area because he's sideways, using this rubble and the wall here. And yeah, good stuff by Golder. Putting Paco to a 1-shot, Saka finishing him off. 1.5k HP up for that team. And yeah, you can see Yaya's perspective, there's just no angle. So Golder is somewhat stuck for the moment, but not a big issue if you're holding your positions in the defense.
What is Lishka doing? He wants to fight Golder, I guess. And Crazy is getting shot by the Batchet from the hill.
Yeah, I think Golder does a really good job in staying safe there. Did a really good job in going safe there so far. So now, basically, there's a slim line where the 277 is tiny bit too high. Okay, I guess we don't have to watch him wiggle forward and backward. But yeah, now the fuel tanks were hit by Liska. I think the IS-4 is even worse in the position that Golder is playing because it's a bit higher and you can. I think Weekend Duck was playing an IS-4 there last tournament, and he like completely traded out. But yeah, we can take a look at the fight that's starting here. Hyon just took a couple of shots from Crazy War. Ondra is trying to put him on a one shot. I think you can basically leave an autoloader on a. Okay.
Oh, fire.
Another fire. This
And
time
then there
for
is
the
also
other
push
team.
on the 8 line from CSA.
Yeah, so CSA closed in there with Saka, Lacker, and Cosmo. Liska being put on a one shot as well. CSA now 3k up. 4 tanks up as well. Really good to see how all the blue tanks have lost some HP but are not on a one shot yet. So really good HP distribution between the tanks from CSA. And yeah, it looks like this is pretty much over. I mean, Patras might be able to put in some more shots here into the 113, padding his stats. That was a bit of a bad shot, but I think won't really make much of a difference. So Patras running, trying to reload another clip. Yayas is on the same position he was like 10 minutes ago. Is there some storm in your room?
No, I was typing. I forgot I'm on voice activation because of the cutting out. So I didn't mute for my for keyboard.
Yeah, good connection by Yayas. Another 680 damage that obviously still counts towards the damage dealt in attack. Patras has now reloaded another clip. 600 HP left for him, and Golder needs to make sure that he's not getting finished off.
And he tagged him with HE.
So yeah, Golder, good decision making there against Yayas. Patras picks up another kill, picks up another shot of damage, but goes down 7-1. And yeah, you can really see how all those CSA tanks went down to like 7, 8, 900 HP and then really got put into the second line, and all the guns were still kept in the game. And Aubrey lost 3-0, so no tiebreaker even. So AC ID is qualified for the group stage tomorrow.
I just saw Alio that he got the object 703 from the Tiger Day drops.
Oh, nice.
It's a nice one. I'm going to relook after this battle and see what I got. Because even if it's win for CSA or decider, there is going to be a short break.
Yeah. Okay, looks like things are being shuffled around. So far, 3 autoloaders on the side of Youngblood, the double B and a bet.
Wait, let me send you some other person from the. You know, they were not as lucky as Alio. And I will try to remember it to post it in the chat in 10 minutes when it's relevant. Just take me in the chat, I will remember.
Okay, so triple IS4, double B, 113 and a bet chat. Is that
The double B
something
is
we
interesting.
like, or is that something we don't like? Or is
Double
that
B
something
on
we need to
defense.
find out what the... Yeah, I think it really depends on the lineup that the other team is bringing.
Yeah, we saw a super passive defense from them before, which worked great. But CSA is also fairly light. Yeah, like the HP is even. So extra B for 113 basically.
Yeah, more or less. I mean, you have the IS4 versus SCONG trade. You can see it second lowest from the bottom, but yeah, very similar stuff. Okay, so CSA is now on a match point, obviously. They have to win their attack to convert. Patras being sent forward in the bet shit immediately.
I will just take over the spot for like
I
10
think
seconds
yeah,
before another thing can arrive.
Yeah, I guess he does the K4 spot, driving up here. Let's see what he spots.
And Trandorf is going aggro.
Okay, he spots the SCONG, he spots the IS4. And I think that's enough info for now. Trandorf taking 2 shots immediately.
He took one from Lacker from 50B and one from either Saka or Crazy.
Yeah, so Yayas in his 50B together with Hyun, they're basically prepared to receive some kind of push, but nobody is pushing them. So yeah, Youngblood took 1 shot onto Lukin to get into this position. That's kind of normal that you take like 1 or 2 shots for that.
Mm-hmm.
And Trandorf pushed through the inner courtyard. I would say the information gain so far isn't really in favor of Youngblood because they also gave away a lot of info to CSA. And the fact that you lost roughly 1k HP difference already is for sure relevant if you think about the 4 autoloaders that are in the game. Like with the 50Bs,
Yeah.
you always need to somehow eliminate guns to somehow get past this 25 seconds of reload. So every shot matters.
But like CSA kinda cannot play the lower side anymore. Just because they don't know where the 50Bs are, so they cannot like really push. Especially since you have Lishka that's spotting the cross, you have Trandorf that's pain in the ass.
Yeah.
That's pain in the ass if you want to push 8 line, and you have Lukin that's basically spotting the whole G line.
Mm-hmm. So
they can either overpush 2 line, which they are going to do now, and hope for the best, or they can go over the hill. But Youngblood is going to know this because Lishka just spots everything. And he will see all the tanks crossing.
Also, I'm not sure if Crazy War isn't a bit late to just take a second shot there. Crazy War? Shot misses, went into the wall, but he could have just taken another shot for free. Just like those small things Like it takes you like a second more to coordinate it, but then the S-Conk surely makes it before the reload happens. So what we see right now is usually this push that I don't know who it was earlier, another Czech team, basically one towards here, one towards this. But as there is an IS-4 here, you have to get rid of that one, and the window positions will for sure prevent.
Nice shot by Lishka on Golder.
Onto Golder, and also one onto Ondra. So Yaya's putting in good shots there. Now he bounced one just as I said it, and we can see CSA using their slight HP advantage at the beginning to now trade out some positions that will be a bit more expensive. So Lucan there should be the next one to be focused out. Crazy War puts in another one. 3 more shots needed. Saka might need to peek there again.
But he can because Lukin just fired into Crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so you can see the 50Bs had to leave that area. CSA still in somewhat of a decent HP advantage. I think they will end up more or less being on even HP because the tanks from the middle will retaliate. But yeah, Crazy War now side scraping towards the repush on the G line.
But now Froley can basically kill Trandor for free if they are not careful with 113.
Okay, so Cosmo is being approached by the autoloaders now, and Sakalito actually took quite a lot of damage there. So good positioning by Lacker, who sees Paco, puts in one into Trandolf immediately. So puts him on a 2-shot for the Batchat. Frawley puts in 1.
And Trandorf doesn't turn in time.
Yeah.
And Paco might still be fast. No, he's not fast enough to kill Icefor. Icefor, R50B.
Okay, so good stuff here by CSA picking up kills. So 3 guns advantage. And again, you see this 600, 200, 400. CSA able to keep their guns. Oh, nice HE connection there into the back of the 50B. And is that already over, or is there like a way out of that situation for Youngblood?
I feel like it was fairly even until the 113 and the Ice were just pushed alone into like 4 tanks.
No.
They got shot at by somebody from like G-line when like the 113 was crossing. And they just got gangbanged by the 50B Superconk and
I think
Batchat.
this was somehow the idea. And then they went like this or something, and got shot by the B that was positioned here. Frawley in the Batchat was able to immediately follow up, and I think also the tank that was side scraping from here, I think it was Crazy War in the S-Conk, was also able to put in another shot. So good stuff here from CSA, closing the series 3-1. And that means we have a Czech team in the next round.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't really a CSA win, then Youngblood lost. Because
I mean,
like
the first steps game, it was definitely a Youngblood throw over a CSA misplay. This one
as well,
as
like the
well,
last
I
game
guess.
as well. And the Himmel before was just like won by CSA because they went aggro and pushed for it. Let me quickly check the other game, how much we have, and we don't. So let me just relog for my drops.
Okay, so yeah, good stuff here by the 50B. Good stuff by Crazy War. I mentioned that he punished the cross twice. Frawley picking up 5 kills in total. And overall, just well done by CSA. Yeah, that means that Clueless versus Precosaurus is the last game to potentially watch if it goes 2-2. But
yeah, and I didn't forget, so I posted the screenshot in the chat.
Oh, why did you wait 10 minutes for that?
So it's relevant to the discussion
Ah.
that we are having on stream.
such a 5-hat.
Like, if you want, you can thank me for the sub, and I'll sub in 10 minutes.
Oh, Sid, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate the support. And yeah, it warms my heart to see that you're such a long-term follower of this channel. So thank you a lot.
So I just set the timer, so I don't forget.
Nice. Okay, so what is left for the rest of the day? We have one more game between Clueless and Pricosaurus running. If this ends up in a 2-2 scoreline, those teams will play in a tiebreaker. Otherwise, otherwise it's a 3-1 victory, and obviously the game is over. You can see Pricosaurus leading right now, and they should be attacking now on Himmelsdorf. I guess in the meantime I can just use one of those random pickers.
Can you share me the doc?
I haven't created any.
Ah. So can you share me the freshly created doc?
Sure. This is the one. I picked the one that has the... Okay, I think it's fine. Okay, so...
Yeah, because it's already hard that I don't see the tactics you are talking about.
I could have just given you a Discord feed.
Yeah, but it's fine.
Random picker. I think usually I pick this one. Yeah. Okay, so results not defined. As you can see, we will go into a tiebreaker. I think we earned ourselves another 3-4 minute break before joining that one, and then we will be back for you guys. Okay, so last game for today. Tundra between Clueless and Pricosaurus. Clueless is defending, which usually is considered a bit of a disadvantage. We'll see how those teams manage to distribute the map. I think the initial positions are quite important. The leopard being selected for the attacking team, that is usually an indication that you have this one sniping tank punishing the rotation from north to south or from south to north if people don't want to rotate at the very back. Double Kran, double 277, that's quite fast, especially together with the Batchat. And compared to the S-Kong and the 60TP. But yeah, you can obviously see a 1.3k HP disadvantage immediately, even though Sevistar went for no HP boost.
Yeah, we see the Krans going north, which is expected, since in the south you don't really have a place for them. So we see Tarks going into the bush to hopefully spot something that might have an idea to go A-line, why Nocto, I guess, is going into the standard position when I talked about before, when you just play hold down against the 60 TPs, which is where Scarpe is.
Polga, also a very standard position here for the Batchat, is trying to provide some initial information on the H2 position. But it looks like the 60 TP found the Kranwagen, some information sharing there. And we need to figure out if there is a push coming from the double 277 onto the E5 anytime soon. I think the bush that the Batchat is approaching was also used by quite a lot of teams already. Here, this upper bushes. So if the Leopard has nothing else to do, might be able to just provide some blind shots in that direction. But as you can see, the Leopard is more towards the south of the hill, so not able to contribute so far. Only one shot fired as well. So, what's the plan?
So they basically, the Kran in the mid is kind of locked in the staring contest of cooldowns with the 60 TP, because both of them can super safely fall back.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the Kran has it a little bit worse, because it's a little bit longer to actually disengage. And now it's just about poking for the attacking team and even for the defending team where other tanks are, and just to see like when we can push, where we can take a tank solo. We see the double 113 making the trap, waiting for something, but there is probably nobody that will ever come towards the KJ line. And we will see probably an attack over the A line with the double 277 and maybe the Kran.
Yeah,
and the
also
Batchat.
one conk is being moved up. I guess that's just to prevent an immediate overpush onto the Kranwagen there. And provide some fire towards tanks that want to support the E5. Best case, you can help the Kran to hold down the 60 TP. But yeah, you can also see there's Got You Baby, who is moving towards the E1, D1 position.
Which is good, as the 277s just got split with the Kranwagen pushing Yogro in the E5. And we see the 60 TP VZ and Batchat pushing out the Kranwagen in the mid.
Now the question is, can the Super Kong help there? And I think the answer is pretty much no. You can see good damage dealt here by Clueless onto those tanks. But the Leopard retaliated a shot. All of them lost a bit of HP. And the HP advantage is not that big. I mean, keep in mind they had an HP advantage from the beginning. So Clueless now bleeding onto their heavy tanks. And it looks like
but we'll see a
another
repush
push is coming.
Yeah, of the 113s that made it their way from the J1 towards the position.
So the question is, how long will it take them if they arrive there before the Kranwagen has reloaded. I don't think that's going to happen, but if they do so, that might be an advantage. But yeah, the Kranwagen is reloaded. Now peeking forwards, trying to make sure that he gets a 3 out of 3 clip and maybe can fall back behind his buddies when he dropped to 1 shot or a 2 shot. Okay, Lexa puts in another one. So far, somewhat equal trading here. Cruzaros holding their 1k HP advantage. And you can see Tarks now, he was able to fall back. We can take a look, 11 seconds, and they realize that the Kran is still sitting on a 2 shot. Lexa still sitting on roughly 2 shots as well. So now they have to overpush. Lexa decides to shield a bit too late. Clueless still only 4 tanks left, and all of them are now encroaching onto Nerfig. Precrosaurus now first time in a disadvantage of HP again. And that was pretty decisive, I would say.
Yeah, the 113s were basically driving across the whole map just to do the one repush, and it worked for them, even if it was a little bit sloppier they would like. But the 60 TP and the VZ in the mid took long enough to die, so the battle is now even. And it's maybe a little bit advantage for defense, but it depends on...
I think the Batchat is the most important tank right now. Like, you have so much
Yeah.
HP on an autoloader that deals potentially so much damage. Like, will he find some spots? Will he be able to put in some damage to get an advantage? But I think there's a non-destructible train wreck between him and the 113. So he spots out the E5 now. Good connection. Another one misses. S-Kong takes
The
one. Oh, he shoots a heat shell into the... That was not well done. So he shot a heat shell into the into the tent in the cap circle. Now Krima now has to pen both his shots. So Got You
And he
Baby,
just bounced first.
yeah, Got You Baby managed to bounce one. So now there are 4-2 guns. The Leopard is potentially on a one shot. Only 1.5 minutes left. So that looks pretty much over.
Like, if it was defense for the team with Batchat and Neo left, I would say that it's actually winnable, because they can just run, and even if you have like 4 heavies on like good HP, you might not chase them, but since it's a defense for the heavies, there's like no chance.
No. So I feel like the S-Kong should have just, like, when the Batchat provided the info that they're pushing, the S-Kong should have just tried to side scrape. You might lose some HP, but he can immediately retaliate, but he just waited for too long, and then he just had this 1v3 overmatch, even bounced the shot onto Got You Baby. And he was holding like a majority of their HPs. I mean, yes, Batchat had some HP as well, but if you combine HP and armor, that basically is more effective HP. Yeah, that means that Clueless should be able to secure their victory. There we go. And yeah, congrats to that team for being the 3rd team today that makes it into the group stage. And I will move over some tabs. Okay. I can take like a minute to show you the post-game stats. Do you feel like the Leo was worth it? 2.9k damage, 7-7?
I think it was, because they basically, like, well, we saw the teams before, either pick CS, like Aubrey picked CS, and like one other team picked CS, and basically did the Leo job.
Yeah.
Because you don't need the speed of the CS for this game. So you basically have Leo that has better gun, and if you use it well, it worked. Like, he probably did a lot of blind shots, so that's why you have 19 shots fired and 7 hit, but everything that he hit, he did damage, and he has 3k.
Yeah. Okay, so I switched already to the next scene. You should be able to see that on stream. Now we have 8 teams in total on the group stage, we distribute them to two. Two teams were invited. They will not be able to get into the same group. I have the random picker prepared with all the names here. First randomly picked team will be Postro. That suits me very well. So Postro means that Gnomi is immediately in the other bracket. Obviously, first seeded teams can't be in the same one. And now we will just distribute them one by one. As you can see here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can also do a time now for everyone that is very sus here. You can see that here. And yeah, Postro will be joined by Holovnici. So first quali one team joining them there. That sounds already like a group that I don't want to join. And Clueless is dodging that bullet, joining the Gnomi group. Haichatok being put into group 1. Okay. In will go in group 2.
It would be so rigged if Invil Go was in the first group.
Yeah. Okay. Then we have CSA in group 1. And we have AC1D in group 2. That means that Postro is playing with Holovnici, Haichatok, and CSA, and Gnomi is playing with Clueless, Invilgo, and AC1D. We will start tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I don't know if I'm going to stream anything, comment on anything, or just watch. I hope everyone enjoyed. Svit, you have the last words.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the games. I will not be here tomorrow because I'm playing the CC tournament. But there might be... But for sure, check out the stream next week with the finals.
Yep.
Because we are going to see some nice games.
Yep. Then is... we'll rate to the Drops channel from World of Tanks. See you later.